right, so Lex, I think you've already posted up. Okay, we're good to go. All right. I shall host, and we shall begin. All right. Red Hand of Doom, going up against Warkelnaw, the Firbolg Bandit Lord. All right. This is from an earlier age, this adventure, when a Firbolg was basically just a very big, very muscular, redhead Scotsman who wandered around the woods being angry about stuff. So now they are deer furries, which is just as cool. So, let's see. We're going to go ahead and grab our Factspiration questions and roll into this thing. According to the ancient die with 3 sides, today's question is a very hard question. Didn't you guys get a very hard question last week?
Hell yeah. Bring it on.
God damn. All right. Okay.
I'm here for the hard questions.
Oh man, the journal entry page on my character sheet is getting so long that every time I try to edit it now, it just takes 5 minutes to open.
All right, let's see. Oh, wow. Oh my god. These are too hard. What the fuck? I don't want to ask another human being this question. Oh, man.
You're asking fictional characters the question.
Oh, okay. Okay. Whew. Your character is a widow or widower, or whatever the non-binary term is for my partner's dead, and you are lone wolf style raising your kid yourself, I guess. So you got your kid. All right. You and a bunch of other refugees are fleeing from invading forces. You are forced to hide because they are insurmountable superior foes. If they catch you, they will kill you. Your child, your baby, will not stop crying. The only option is to smother the baby or everyone dies. What would your character do?
Oh my god, what?
I just said I didn't want to ask another person that question. You said bring it on. These are the hard questions.
Put that on the chart.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
What
It's
list
okay.
is this coming from?
It's an organic document. It grows every day with new questions.
It's the answer to my question.
Yeah.
Who did it?
What is the AI that's
responsible?
generating this?
So
How do we stop it?
It's
Yeah,
coming
okay.
somewhere.
But I don't want this to feel like an absolute. There is a third option. The third option is, of course, you run out of hiding and draw all the attackers away from your baby, who you'll never see again, and the other refugees. So I feel like we all would know that that's the answer we're going to choose. But maybe your character's a real shitbag. I don't know. Let's find out. That'll be the question we're asking today. No shame, whatever answer you give, and it's meta, so we all in game have to roleplay like we don't know what you would answer. Who would like to do the recap of last session? A lot happened, I think, but a lot, it was a lot of like back and forth, running around, combat kind of stuff. But you currently have 3 Factspiration points in your Factspo bot, so that means the current market value of a DM inspiration is a little bit higher than normal. So, anybody interested in doing a recap?
If no one else will take it, I will.
Man, I just feel bad even asking that question. Oh. All right, go ahead and give us that recap.
All right. Ow. So last time on Red Hand of Doom,
Hello?
Ow. So last time on Red Hand of Doom, everything was dark for a while and then slowly coming to. I realized I was being played with by a very large owlbear, quite aggressively. Off in the corner, I could see my allies who are all stuffed in cages. It was a pretty bad time. Unbeknownst to us, Barnabas had made it out alive from that very harrowing fight we had with those stupid purple giants. He went back into his ring. He geared up for his infiltration mission to try and get into Morganell's lair, or, well, the worst. In the meantime, we were trying to figure out a way of getting out of our captive bindings. I'm not entirely sure what was going on there. I saw a lot of head banging and a lot of touching, and they were being humans. But the owlbear that was kind of playing with me, playing roughly, was named Dobby. And, well, in my horrible form, she was curious as to what the heck I was. But surprisingly, she wasn't as harsh as I initially thought she was. I learned from her that the ogre that was watching the door was named Werg. And talking with them, he probably would have been quick to smash us, but it seemed he's not as bad as I thought. I don't know. I'm still on the fence with him, but at least Dobby's nice. Over by the cages, Layla was able to transform into a badger and cut free Guy and Jerk from their bindings, as well as the other captive human that was there, Mina. However, when trying to make her way to the other side of the cavern, there was an explosion that was set off, which caught the attention of Dobby and Werg. But we were able to confuse him. It seemed he was ready to smash, but from the slick words from Guy and, well, I tried to help, but I don't really think I did much there. We were able to get him to at least want to go out to find a superior to try and handle the situation. In the meantime, Barnabas had made his way to the entrance of the lair, and through some pretty quick thinking, able to get the attention of whatever it was that was guarding it to throw his barrel disguise into the cave. Once inside, he was able to kind of go around and try and figure out the best way to find us, but unfortunately ran into one of the Firbolg guards that was there. And thus started the Benny Hill chase through the lair. Back with the captive group, I decided to travel with Werg and Dobby to go talk to the superior, because we decided to, I don't know, there's some person named Karen back in town who's always a problem, so I decided to channel some of her energy and talk to the supposed foreman, who, to our surprise, was a dwarf, and also the head of the armory for this lair. The rest of us captives also came to the armory and started being a problem. The foreman was having none of it, and he decided that he wanted to attack us. But starting with Werg and Dobby, I decided he was being a jerk, so I got in the way of one of the crossbow bolts that was aimed at Dobby, and that seemed to piss off our new companions pretty fiercely, and a battle ensued. Just at that time, flashes of magic also being shot across the room, and Barnabas was able to join us, following the intense noises that were happening from the conflict. But after a couple of moments, we were able to get rid of our subduers and take over the armory. And now we're just trying to figure out what to do next.
Okay. Go ahead and take your point of Demon Inspiration.
Gracias.
All right. So does anybody want to answer that very rough ass question? Before you commit to it, even if you choose, you would sacrifice yourself to save everyone. The follow-up will be, what if you couldn't? Because I kind of want to know. Kill your own child or damn everyone? Phew. It's a tough one. If nobody wants to answer it, I completely understand.
I'll take it on.
Oh shit! All right, Jert Bandon.
All right,
You're in a hypothetical situation where you have a child, you're raising it alone, invading force. You don't have the strength, the resources to defend you and the child. You and the other, you flee, find a bunch of other refugees. You guys are hiding. Baby starts crying. Will not stop. Inconsolable. If you guys are discovered, that's it.
All right. So a little bit of background that I guess leads up to the choice he makes. I like to think that in this timeline, he has a kid, right? So this is a Jert that never got lost.
Okay.
And then grew up and lived a normal life on the farm and had an actual child. Therefore, he was a little bit too afraid to go into the woods. He was a little bit too afraid to become an adventurer and just stayed a woodcutter. And he was just a little bit too afraid to go out and do anything on perhaps the day that his wife died, because you said he's a widower. And then when the night finally comes and all of this happens, hiding out in there with just his kid, these refugees, and his axe that he grabbed on the way in a panic, he stands up to that fear that he had been fighting and runs out. But if he couldn't, if for some reason he couldn't get out there, he would be too afraid to disappoint his dead wife, and everybody would probably die.
Damn. Good. Wow. Good stuff. All right. Take your point of inspiration.
Thanks. Now I want to ask Jarrett that question.
Jarrett. You guys are very interested in Jarrett. All right. Let's see. Jarrett's situation. In a timeline where she was foolish enough to have a child, and it meant her life or the child, she would choose her life.
Damn, she would kill that baby in front of all those people.
Yeah.
This is an older age of magic, where the 9 alignments were still a bit more defined. She would most assuredly, according to her AI scripting, she would choose herself over the baby.
I'm sad we didn't ask Blue Bomb that question.
Man, that's true. Oh, it's good that we have Blue Bomb so that we remember that there's a bomb about to go off.
Literally taking up like a quarter of the screen, like, hey, don't forget, I'm gonna go off soon.
I forgot that was
I
a
mean,
thing.
none of us know about it except for part of it.
Sometimes you got to make sometimes a post-it note is not enough. Sometimes post-it note is not enough. All right. Let's see. All right. Hopefully this button will be the right button. I got this really cool soundboard now, but if I don't vet the buttons first, it could be labeled one thing, and then somebody could just scream like, like random profanities that aren't actually the thing that, that we wanted. The joys of the internet. All right. Let me change out the music and get you guys back into it. Here we go.
Thought you were about to go into the Jurassic Park theme for a second there.
Oh. I mean, anytime, you see dinosaurs for the first time, you got to play that medieval version of Jurassic Park. So that site or that YouTube channel is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, so good. All right, take you guys over to the Bandit's lair. Okay. I apparently gave it a different name than Bandit or Lair, because that's how I do. Hideout. There
Hideout.
we go. Yeah. I think it'd be fun to wake up one day and be like neurotypical, just to kind of experience what that's like. But I worry about like some flowers for Algernon, like Allegory of the Cave shit. Like I'd never be able to forget that one day that I had a normal brain, and then I'd be cursed thinking about it the rest of my life. Anyways, let's play some D&D.
The dream of a DM to be
Yeah.
normal again.
Yeah. To have a search history that doesn't require a team of FBI agents.
That's really the thing right there. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Did you hear what he did today? He asked these people if they killed their fucking baby. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Add him to the other list. You know, the other list. Yeah. But we're all in good company because I think we're all DMs here. All right. Back in it. All right. Off in the distance, do you hear any sounds? The clock is ticking very fast now that combat's over. So what do you guys do in these precious minutes that you have?
Stick my hand into the forge and light a cigarette.
Okay, dope.
Nice. What a fucking badass.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Werg is like, damn.
My armor is
Psycho, like...
my armor can resist up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. So
He doesn't know
it's
that.
not fire resistance, but you know.
That's so cool.
But I would like to do an investigation check of this armory and kind of see what's going on in here. Try to discern what they're making, and
I mean, you could do a very quick one, but a thorough investigation. Your bomb is going to go off like before that investigation would be finished. But you can drop me a quick one.
If we have a minute, Orion is
also
listening
D4
for the purring that he had heard earlier. He's going to try and focus on that for the next minute.
Okay.
Still got the magic pipe.
All right. Whew. Okay, so you don't have time to dig into this too much, because the bomb is about to go off. But you do a very BBC Sherlock style, investigation of the room, where your UI interface turns into like a robot, and you start like documenting clues and whatnot.
Yep.
Everything here is either of dwarven make or has been refurbished or improved or repaired using dwarven techniques. The materials in use seem to be a combination of steel, iron, and iron wood. And there does seem to be some attempts that were made to create cold iron.
Is there any extra cold ironwood lying about?
There are certainly materials around that could be used for crafting. Yes, there are definitely ingots of iron. There are ingots of steel, and there are nice workable chunks of ironwood.
I would like. What is happening to him over there?
He's leaning on the wall, bleeding, and glowing in pain and exhausted.
You're trying to get rid of Bane. Yeah.
It's going real bad.
I mean, statistically, I think you'd eventually make it before.
I don't know, man. Look at this: 0, 3, -3, 3.
So as you are examining all that, what are you trying to do, Orion, with the 1 minute you have left, listening for the purring sound that you heard earlier?
So, as part of my first level Beastmaster, hold on a second.
Oh,
Yes.
right,
So I'm
right,
able
yeah.
to spiritually connect with my companion, and after spending a minute of meditating, I can bring them back with all their hit points and return them to life. But I get a point of exhaustion. So, I'm assuming his body was thoroughly destroyed by the Fomorians.
They ate him. They ate him. Yeah.
So he comes back.
I don't know if I don't know how familiar you are with Norse mythology, but they had a one of the Norse gods had an animal that it would come back to life like every day. So sometimes they would just eat it, because they knew that it would come back the next day. Yeah, I could see a much more hardcore beast heart doing that. But yeah, if you want to go that more necromancy route, I mean, we could say that there's like a nice clawed ham bone like sitting over here from somebody gnawing on it. But
I'll pass on
if
that.
you got some flavor in mind, kind of explain to us how this process works.
I think I DM'd you earlier about that trinket thing that he found in the during the bandit talk. But if not, I imagine Orion probably has like nail clipping of cloth or something like that in his stuff. And he's kind of like holding on to that while he's listening for the purring, which kind of sounds like a very large cat that is slumbering right now. And as he kind of like eventually locks onto that, he's like, "Are you there, buddy? Tell me you're still there." And then when you wish upon a star, he materializes.
I don't know how this would work out, but the according to this, the trinket that you found was a cornhusk doll. And there were other things with it that you would not have had time to figure out, but it is a magical cornhusk doll.
Well, if that was the last thing that Claude had touched, and he had given it to Orion while we were kind of walking to go find the Fomorians, then he would just be like holding on to that thing, and yeah, like when you wish upon a star, the material.
Serendipitously, do you want to describe what the doll looked like, or do you want to leave it up to fate?
I'll leave it up to fate. I'm assuming it probably looks relatively humanoid-ish, maybe. But that would probably be like the last thing that had his like lingering scent on it. So, yeah, he will lock onto that, and in front of him he will materialize Claude, but that will leave him quite exhausted from doing so.
The cornhusk doll seems to be of a one-eyed, bent-back old woman wearing a hooded cowl. The cornhusk is stained with blood and mildew and smells of rot.
Ooh, that appearance effect was dope.
Do you have that description? Because I'll put that in my inventory.
Yeah.
And it smells like earth, so I don't think Orion's too bothered by it. However, Claude comes back with full HP and looking none the worse.
Okay.
Jarrett leans over the wall and looks at the party mascot. Good to have you back. Didn't know you could do that. And looks over at Orion. I thought he was done for.
I thought so too, but I kept hearing. Well, he likes to snore when he sleeps, so I heard that, and it was very odd. But it seems you were right, buddy. I guess we are tied together. And he'll just pet him.
And this guy's still alive.
As he lets out his Wookiee roars.
Oh, I think I has a button for that. Hold on. No, I mean I literally have a Wookiee button, but I think I have a lion. Did it play? Oh, there it goes.
Hey.
Okay.
Jarrett's gonna walk over to Barnabas.
How you feeling, Jarrett?
He looks fucked up. He's nearly bloodied, exhausted, but he's got a inspiring smile, and he says, "You came back."
I wasn't gonna leave you guys here. I mean, admittedly, I didn't know that you were here, but I knew your weapons were here, and I wasn't gonna leave those. And this is just lucky fortune. But Barnabas has a little bit of a concerned look on his face, and he's like, something doesn't quite make sense to me. The dwarfs, the Firbolgs, they are making cold iron weapons useful against Fae. I wonder why.
Fucking DJ Khaled.
Hold that thought. We need to go or get ready because
So the place shakes a little bit, and off in the distance you hear a thud, as if something big fell over. And you listen intently to see if anything happens.
all right, keep your ears on the door. People might rush by to see what that was. I planted a bomb outside and I made it sound like there was a encroaching force of enemies, so they might run out there to defend the base. If that giant thing outside doesn't, go and explore.
We should probably go. We have innocents with us.
Yeah, there's something very big out front, or at least there was when I came in. The other direction, I found a room over to the northwest that has a river that goes to the Underdark, probably. Also not a great choice.
It's better than an army of Firbolg.
There's some nasty things down there. Although I would love to shop on the dark web.
You hear somebody testing the locked door.
Which one?
To the west.
Oh, shit.
You hear a man's voice say, "Hey, did you hear that? There's an explosion or something. It's thunder. There's a storm.
Someone
Also,
come on.
there's blood out here."
Guy, you're up.
Guy would take him extra moment because he's been looking around for something, and once you look over Barnabas, looking for him, he leans up and you see he's successfully found his hat, which he's been looking for this whole fucking time. And he puts it on. He smiles. He looks over towards this Firbolg, and you'll see he'll kind of roll his shoulders, stand up straight like them, and he'll begin to take their mannerisms and ticks because he's still alive. And we'll walk up to the door and just say, "Yeah, I heard that.
Explosion up front.
What?
It's an explosion up front. Get up there."
What about this blood? There's obviously been a fight.
There's blood in here too. Look, man, I can't trust you right now. Walkenall will ring me out. You need to go.
So let me through. It's the fastest way to the exit.
What's the password?
There is no password to get into the forge. Open the fucking door.
That's not the password. Oh my god.
I miscalculated.
Fine. Look, is everything all right in there? Give me.
We're fine. How are you?
One deception check for for everything.
Everything's
Ooh.
fine here now.
All right. Let me see.
How are you?
Yes.
He actually has a chance to pass against a guy deception. He says, "You said there's blood in there, but everything's fine. Whatever. I'll just go around."
All right, thank you.
Oh, and don't worry. I sent Ulaleth to let Warkle know there's some weird shit going on. She's headed back there now.
Guy turns towards everyone waiting for him to leave. Once he does, he says, "All right, coast is clear."
Layla's more or less in the time. She's got her shiz.
Oh, and to clarify for anybody, any lore hounds out there, even though they're Firbolgs, they were speaking in common because dwarves work in this forge. Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was about
Yeah.
to shut back in Dwarvish and pretend to be the dude, but guys all on
Yeah,
top
yeah.
of it.
Yeah, but if anybody's wondering why didn't they just talk to each other in giant, that is why. Right,
And
we
then
do
she's
have a,
tried to make sure that these guys up here, group of 4, at least the adults have a shield or something. And the kind of time she's had, she's been making sure to
equip. Yeah, they're
get them
dwarves.
something.
Yeah, they thank you, and they even equip Junior with weapons.
Then she just kind of says, "Everyone gather around while we have a chance."
Right now they're distracted and disorganized. We could make a run for it.
Oh,
With everyone gathered around for the small moment, she will shroud them in a mist of obscurance and cast Pass Without Trace on the entire cluster.
Ooh, this is gonna be a
Hey.
fun escort mission. All right, what color aura would you like for this?
I think just like a foggy white's fine with me.
Foggy white. All right.
Yes.
Then I see blood, but I still see his token here. I'm definitely taking this unconscious dwarf foreman with us.
I'm trying to fix them. I have a mod installed that's like when you get to 0, it like just straight up kills you. So I'm trying to get him unkilled.
Probably just try a new one on
I
Let's
spent
see.
5 minutes on it in my own game. I could not figure it out.
I have to do some like house cleaning. Some of these mods, they seemed pretty cool, but they're just a pain in the
Probably
ass.
just drag a new one on there.
it's-
I think it would be at 0, right? But it would.
Yeah.
That's what my solution was.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. One step at a time. What's the aura on Pass Without Trace?
30 feet.
30. Okay. There we go. And very clear where you should be and not be. Okay. And then we're gonna go ahead and grab ourselves an Umegs. Alright.
We don't have the time for a serious discussion, but I don't think we either have the opportunity to deal with Welcome, though. We have innocence and we have information. We need to get out of here.
I mean, I want to agree with you, Jert, but I'm worried that if we leave him here, he's going to retaliate and attack the town after this.
Very true.
His forces are weakened, and we'd be fighting them here or there. There we have more reinforcements.
All right. Trust you.
The dwarves, they're trying to be polite, but they have a kid. And if there's a chance to get out of here, the lady dwarf, she says, if there's a chance to get our boy to safety, I don't want to press you one way or the other, but please, think of my son. We're very well connected with the dwarves of the southern holds. If you help us escape, we'll more than make it up to you.
A night in the forest won't kill us. Give us some time to recuperate. I doubt Wakano will be completely gone by then.
Oh yeah, that's right. She's still a hag.
Not to be
Alright.
that person, but do you all? He's speaking to the dwarves. Do you all know this this dwarf here who's working this forge?
That man is Umeg Stormsteel. He's a bit of a bandit in his own right down in the southern holds. A real criminal type.
So it seems like there is a faction of bandit dwarves that have joined up with Workno. That's not good.
Mina says, I mean, there's bad apples in every orchard.
And then Orion will turn to Werg, because I'm assuming he heard the name that was said to whoever was checking in on Workno. Who was that person that they mentioned?
I don't keep track of all these different Firbolg tiny giants. They have hard to say names like Orifio and Shanananathathana. It's too hard for me. Sounds like Firbolg name.
Well, she's...
If they're going to work on very strong magics and giants, real giants. We can fight, or we can leave this behind.
Dobby turns to you, Magic Hamster, and says, I don't want to say, I do not want to use Dobby in the third person and have Harry Potter implications. So Dobby turns to you and says, the time has come to hunt. To the woods, yes?
I guess Orion will look to the party. It seems like we probably need to get out of here, so...
I agree. We can always come back. Fix it up and mend it.
Yes, Dobby, to the woods.
Okay, who is carrying your 2 dwarven prisoners who are technically unconscious for 1d4 hours since they were KO'd?
I can carry
I tell you that so you don't stress taking time to tie them up and bind them, and I'm not going to give you shenanigans where they try to escape.
You just throw them on the back of one of the
One on
of Claude, or maybe
one
even
on
have.
Dobby, one on Claude.
Okay.
If you want to try to confirm that they're not faking it, because sometimes people fake being knocked out, that is a perception or medicine would allow you to tell if somebody is faking being unconscious.
Just every
Sure,
couple of minutes
probably
go over
worth
there
doing.
and flick them in the ear. If they're faking it, it'll annoy the shit out of them.
Just tell,
No
hey,
checks needed.
this is a dwarf. Just tell him it's dark, and then he'll shout. He has dark vision. So, all right.
Just flick him. He'll wake up.
Or say that we're trying to identify this stone, and he'll say, I have stone cunning.
Oh,
Layla, you go up and you shove your hand in their mouth, and they stay unconscious.
This
So
is
you're
natural.
yeah, that's how you do medicine. And they do not respond, so you're pretty sure that they really are unconscious. Guy,
Okay.
you are transported back to that moment when Layla checked what you had for lunch in an effort to heal you.
Except now they're dirty hag hands, so it's even worse.
Oh, no.
Did you get so far back? Oh, all right. I will say, and he kind of leans away from the dwarves and says, "If Rakonar lives through this, he's likely going to get more help from his benefactor."
Mina nods sagely because her very handsome celebrity hero has said something wise. So, it's true. It's true. You're so wise, Guy.
That's what they say.
All right, then we fight him, and probably some of us die. And he points to the dwarves. They all definitely die.
I agree. My thought was maybe perhaps we can leave behind a message or something. An equal meeting place? Maybe he's bold enough to do so. Just something to stop him from attacking the town. Maybe we give him a message that we have his little forge master hostage.
Probably
do.
a little
Good.
bit of both. We start messing up the forge, and as we leave, and we have his forge master, so we can't repair it.
That's right.
I can't reveal to you the size and scope of this this dungeon, but if you zoom out, you can see that it could potentially be pretty big. At least this floor. So I don't know how long it will take before the back end that wouldn't have been able to hear the explosion is alerted that some fucky shit's going on.
Barnabas, can you help me write something down quick?
Werg says,
Is there time for me to go and get my brother?
See,
I don't
you
think we
guys-
need. Sorry.
No, you go for it.
I don't think we need another new friend.
I believe he's also Rakonar's right hand at the moment, so
Mhm.
it's not a good idea. And we'll see your brother later. Huh?
You're with us now, Werg. There'll be plenty of fighting to come.
If you're making a note for Warkona, you could tell him to bring my brother to the meeting.
You would probably have to fight him, because I think he's allied with Waggle now, right?
Is that what's happening at the meeting?
No, but Waggle and your brother would come, and they would be mad at us. And if a fight broke out, you're our friend, so you would be caught between two terrible choices.
Dirk has learned something special today. You can beat people up without killing them.
Oh,
And you know what's the best thing about that? They
You can
wake
eat
up
them
and then you
later.
can...
"Oh,
I was gonna say they wake up and then you can beat them again.
Yeah.
I'm not with her.
Mina says, I wish you had learned that lesson a few days ago, before you killed my fucking husband."
Are there
Yeah.
some finished weapons from this forge?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay, they're like cold iron and shit.
They have not successfully made a cold iron weapon yet.
Okay, they're just
Yeah.
there's
That is
not
a-
like
that is a-
any.
yeah,
it's like
that is a
in
master
plans.
smith, yeah.
Gotcha. There's plans for it, but none finished. Okay, understood.
Do we have the
Barnabas,
carrying
as a
capacity?
craftsman who made a dope natural 20 +1 investigation, determined that they were trying to make cold iron unsuccessfully. Yep. But Barnabas, you do know that that is a master craftsman situation. One, cold iron doesn't exist in real life at all.
Right.
And then 2, it's sort of like working with adamantine, where adamantine can only be worked with radiant damage. And then once adamantine is shaped, it can't be reshaped. It's like a whole thing. So like it's that higher tier stuff. So
Yeah, this is even outside of my depth, so it's one of the more tricky things in smithing to grasp.
Allegedly, the local smith in Drellin's Ferry knows a thing or two about it, though.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
If there are any finished weapons and we have the carrying capacity, we could bulk up and bring them back to town. We'd take weapons from the bandits and redistribute them to the citizens of Drellin's Ferry.
Just what you can carry. We should get going.
That's not all.
Keep up.
Warg picks up a suit of armor and an entire weapon rack.
I'm gonna like you.
Now we have many weapons.
And it's
Good
easy
job.
to stock up on anything that we need to replenish here, right? In this forge.
Yeah, you basically have basic player's handbook stuff, so nothing too fancy. They favor bows and scimitars.
Okay, I'm just gonna restock on arrows to another.
Yeah.
Just to what I've missed.
Is there a rapier
All
here?
right. I'm just gonna start
There would definitely be a rapier here.
dragging my way south at a massive 15 feet of movement.
Yeah, time is of the essence. We need to get going.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll just keep in the center of the group, basically in our cluster, unless combat breaks out or whatever.
If there's any gunpowder barrels, I would restock on some gunpowder.
I'm going to NPC stack all my NPCs.
I can't move. There's at least one wall.
If it's possible, maybe Dobby can carry the 2 unconscious ones, and Layla, if you want to jump on Claude, so you can not be moving at 15 feet.
I mean, don't you need to be on him because you're
But
super
I'm
slow
small.
too?
He's like a horse. He can carry the both of us.
Yeah, you can both ride on them. Yep.
That would be fantastic.
Oh, this group has 2 smalls. In the world patch update that's happening this summer, I assume you 2 are going to cast your votes for Protocol 3.0.
Yes.
All smalls have their speed raised to 30.
Definitely yes.
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah,
It hurts so bad when you get knocked prone, though.
I like
then-
challenges.
It hurts so bad when you're malformed.
I feel like in 2022 we're not allowed to challenge people with their race, though. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. But
I think that was a big part of the design decision. All right, we'll see how it goes. I think that a lot of people have the same opinion that you have. That they'll, it's kind of keeps them unique, but we'll see how it goes. So
of the
as you guys come out the door, you see that this Firbolg is coming back down the stairs, and he sees
Wait.
you.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
You guys came out the south door,
I
right?
was
Yeah.
waiting for us to get up there so I could listen to it, but I guess we just all walked through.
Oh, yeah. Like he was coming down the stairs. He's just one dude. There's all of you. I mean, I'm assuming you either gun him down or you intimidate him into submission. Like your
Oh, no.
action economy, I would not even roll this into combat.
I vote gun him down.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Okay. All right. Then he is gunned down.
Where do you guys think we should meet? Or where should I tell Marco no? This
Um,
night?
This dwarf. He says,
Oh, he's a druid. So you want to meet somewhere where he won't have the forest to bolster his power. Have him meet you someplace on the road. Maybe the old Skull Gorge Bridge.
sounds ominous but appropriate.
Oh no, it's just it's the bridge what connects the trade routes to the Northlands. Built by my people millennia ago.
Keen mind, have we been told anything about that being a threat or under like bandit watch or troll watch right now?
the only bandit activity you've heard about is on this stretch of road leading to the bridge, not the bridge itself.
Okay, cool.
Is that where the Hydra's hanging out?
No, it's
Oh,
north of that.
Yeah, that's way north of where you guys are.
So that might actually be a good suggestion.
We're gonna have to pass the Hydra.
It's not in the Witchwood, but it's also not close to Drellin's Ferry, so it would actually be a pretty neutral area if you're looking for a way to get him out of the forest, but also make him feel like he's not being lured close to the town.
Right, but we are gonna have to go farther than we initially started at, and hope we don't get attacked by his bandits on the way there. Kinda. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you still have to travel the roads to get there. Yeah.
It's like further than we went.
Do you
before
guys
we
want to
hit the
go back
ambush.
to the dashboard real quick before you leave the hideout to kind of get a sense of where you'd want to arrange a meeting?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take you guys back to the
Just
map.
get a good picture of the map.
Okay.
You can kind of ping that area you're talking about.
All right. So the bridge is right there. You could just ask, at the edge of the Witchwood, the southern edge of the Witchwood along the trade road, northwest of Drellin's Ferry could be a place to meet.
That would have border trees though, which he might still be able to do druid stuff with, or hide like giants or fearbogs in the trees.
That is also
They're definitely going to bring people in hiding because they were
Right.
definitely
Hard to
doing
hide
that
people on
before.
an open ass bridge though.
So the more open the better. I say bridge seems
The
better.
"You are here" sign. That's where we think the lair that we're currently at right now.
Yeah, it's like the rough estimation
Okay,
of the layer.
So we
Yeah.
would have to travel a bit north of that. We would be
Oh,
cut
yes.
off
Yeah.
in case there's anything that comes after us. For us to try and
True.
make it
Yes.
back to Drellin
And-
Ferry.
Yeah, and I don't want to forget that it's possible that he could weaponize the Hydra, which is something he could use to cut us off.
I already assume he is weaponizing the Hydra. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. If he didn't have that, we'd be in a much better bargaining position.
Why don't we just ask him to meet us at the mountainsides?
I kind of like
Some
that.
Highlander shit on like the
Yeah.
peaks.
That's pretty good. I mean, they're giants. Giants do well in mountains, from what I understand. But I think that's better than going to the bridge. I think that we would,
So a barren
It's
peak
not
with
forest. We could hide in the mountains, most of us. Have Guy be out in the open doing talking.
get the high ground, something. Not that
Set
works
up
for us.
traps and get some power from Drellin's Ferry into the mountains as well. Maybe some guards or such.
We would have to act fast. He's going to find this note within the hour.
Right, and Guy will
West. The mountains west, then. Yes.
Okay.
Then I'll say, how many days do you think we'll need?
Do you have some kind of how many days, and do you have any landmark other than the mountains?
Can Guy recall some kind of landmark in those mountains? Because there's of course stories of mountain folk and all that in the worms.
This particular part of the map that you are pointing at. Let me see.
I'd like to offer help in this history or whatever
Landma-
check.
I guess the landmark could be, if we can't find anything, like fallback could be like the very last peak on the tip of the Wormsmoke Mountains, because there's one very clear final
Where
mountain
the where
Oh,
the
yeah,
forest meets the southeastern edge.
And overlooks
Ooh.
the river.
Oh, you could meet at the ruins of Slatehold.
That's where the Hydra is.
there.
No. That's
Oh.
Wrathkeep. Yeah.
Oh,
you-
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
The
just far
ruins
enough
of
away.
Slatehold is an old watchtower.
I like
from-
that. Ruins are
Dwarven.
great for
Perfect.
setting stuff up, hiding people.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Guy will kind of take a look and say, let's do the ruins of Slatehold then. Guy will quickly write down, because by God is he quick at writing. And with Barnabas's help, with usual extorting,
I summon him some calligrapher's tools,
perfect.
so it's
And I
very, very pretty.
And I copy your proficiency so that I can actually write good.
How
Yep.
long do you think we need? Probably like 3 days? 2 days?
That's what I was saying, yeah. I think 3 days is fine. If he wants his Forge Master back, he's gonna have to come get him. Yeah, I think I'll put 3 days. And then, this is all very quickly while we were in the Forge, by the way, Crash. And then
Sure.
drop it in there, put it in, pin it with one of the daggers through it. And as we go out, he is going to have it clawed by Claude or one of the many Claude creatures within this. Even Layla will count because
Oh,
there's
that's
some
cool.
kind of clause there. And that will be our note. Blood of Umeg is on there, so druids can figure that out. And we'll do.
All right, sounds good.
Apologies. Now we can continue with the escape.
No, I think that's good.
All right. So, you guys you gun that dude down, and then you're heading out the front door.
There's something giant outside of the front. Everyone be very quiet.
All right.
Are we group stealth checking it?
For sure.
We got to pass without a trace, so it should be pretty decent for us.
It
Oh,
seemed
yeah.
to react to sound. It might be another Fomorian. I have no freaking clue.
Unfortunately, I go curse. I have disadvantage on everything, and also a point of exhaustion.
Same.
Yeah, I'm also exhausted. That plus 10 is really going to carry us here, I'm hoping.
All right.
I'm
You
also
do have a metric buttload of NPCs who are not BT members, so their lives are in jeopardy. So let me go ahead and see where they're at.
Rolling for stealth.
Let's see.
Would you like an active roll from us, or we doing passes?
Definitely going to be active, because if you guys make this, you will not wake up the guardian that's out there. But if you don't, there will be a fight. So he's unconscious. Jobby's got a roll. Everybody's got a plus.
Plus 10.
Yep.
Can you drop us back in the hideout map?
Yeah, sure.
I also get +3 because weed pipe.
Okay. But you got a plus 10 to this. I think, looking at these rolls, you should be okay. All right. I'll take you guys over to that map.
That's not a good sign.
It's...
I may or may not have started a forest fire, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Just don't tell Alvar, though.
Forest fires are actually good for the environment.
Yeah, you know, it's a cleanse. More than enough trees in the forest. It's fine.
Man, if that wasn't the justification... Never mind. Literally set off a bomb. It's fine. It's a natural occurrence. Oh, yeah, okay.
Circle of life.
Where's this kid at? There we go. Kid's not knocked out.
Tadpole crawls out of water. Tadpole makes bomb.
There we go. All right. I think we have everybody. All right. Well, let's go. All right. So staying close to Layla, you guys leave the facility. Even with the time that you spent composing and writing the letter, leaving it behind, securing your people, gunning down this dude as he came down the stairs, you listen intently and do not hear any activity deeper into the complex. So either the person that went back had to go real far back, or it's taking some time to explain, or everyone's too drunk to manage a good response.
I'd like to pour a bag of ball bearings out on the stairs just as a prank for whoever comes to investigate.
All right. Let's see.
As
You
a
pour
calling
out
card.
ball bearings on the thing. Got
On the
it.
stairs as we leave.
All right. And let's see. Barnabas. Whoa. Oh, that's. I was like, why does he look like that? But it was when you had your barrel disguise on. Okay. Let's see. All right. So this rock would essentially have split a little bit, and like big chunks of it would have fallen down nearby. You see that the soil in the area has been recently, very recently, disturbed, like right around here. But everyone's being very, very quiet.
You make a perception check real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Assist you in that.
Okay, Jert, there is something massive, a huge creature, lurking beneath the soil,
Oh, jeez.
listening, waiting.
Okay, let me think here.
But you guys are extremely stealthy, so
Yeah, it doesn't seem to react to our movement at all.
not right now.
Okay. He's gonna look to Orion, shudder a little bit, and then nod his head over at the ground and say, but not say anything. But let's see. He's going to use still verbal. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. He's just gonna nod to the soil and then draw a line across his neck and point towards the path we're walking on.
All right.
And then you guys roll. You guys roll out.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. Then I will take you back to the map.
The vegetation is like Swiss cheese because there's ball bearings in Benoit bombs.
Let's see. Here we go.
Ball bearings for hundreds of feet.
Would those magical tinkering things that you set off still be going? Or would
Good
they,
question.
would they have ended after a while?
They eventually stop swinging.
Yeah, if they're not moving, they don't have perpetual motion or anything. So. All right.
What I was hoping for is that they would get the mushroom's attention and that he would rush out towards the bomb as it goes off, but
All right. So
it
here's
doesn't always work out.
your prisoners, your liberated owlbear and ogre, and then the dwarves. Once you guys are a safe enough distance away, and I'm assuming heading back towards the trade road, this dwarf is going to approach whoever it thinks. You know what? The dwarf is going to approach Barnabas, and he's going to say,
Whoa. Yeah, we appreciate everything you've done for us, and we're very, very, very grateful for everything. But what are you doing with those two monsters?
What, you mean that the ogre and the owl bear?
I understand your friends bamboozled them to escape, but I mean, they can't be letting them loose in the wild, can you?
Sir, you read my mind. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do with these things when we get back to town. The owl bear seems pacifiable enough, but most people don't think highly of ogres.
Both those creatures are man-eaters. There's nothing redeemable about either one of them.
Well, you know, I've heard people say that about me, but I think we'll have to find some way to occupy them or, you know, find a place to put them.
You're a strange fella. You're obviously a halfling, but you have the bearing and the mannerisms of a gnome.
I'm just a businessman trying to make good decisions.
Well, that's why I sought you out. Seems like of everyone here, you're the most level-headed.
Do you have a proposition of what we should do?
It's quite simple. Distract them and, well, it's not the most honorable thing, but the things I've seen those two do, they don't deserve no honorable death.
There's a lot of financial gain to be had from that owl bear, but it would not go well if we killed the ogre.
Ah, well, I can understand that if you want to capture it, but the ogre... he's a bit too bright for his kind. It's dangerous. You set him loose, he's bound to start up his own bandit crew.
We don't want that. He would make a formidable leader, and if given the opportunity.
you look at him, you know he's got an 8 intelligence, which for an ogre is pretty flippin' good. That's 3
Barnabas.
points higher than the average.
And Barnabas looks at him like he's basically a gnat still. But he looks at like Orion, who's like happily playing with Dobby as they go, or like it's like, I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna break this news to the group. I'm not sure how they feel about it, but we'll try to talk some reason, and we'll try to come up with something before we get back to town. But I think you're right. I think a hard decision needs to be made in order to protect the people.
Well, thank you for listening. Glad I could say my piece.
I'm glad they're rational people. I've always very much respected the dwarves here. Very stern and prudent people.
All right. He walks back over to his family.
Yeah.
All right. Guy, once it's a safe distance. Well, probably not. Once she feels like it, Mina begins talking to you. And says, so, you saved my life, and now we're headed back to Drellin's Ferry. I mean, I'm a mourning widow, and you're a handsome bard. I mean, am I wrong in assuming that this might be going someplace interesting?
Oh, like the old bridge?
Oh, I mean, sure. You want me to go to the old bridge with you?
I mean, sure, if you need a room. I have one to spare.
She smiles and she says, yeah, that's what I was thinking. And she tries to grab your arm so she can hold your arm as you guys walk.
All right. When that happens, Guy almost instinctively looks confused, looks down, and then copies her, unsure exactly what to do. And by copying her, also grabs her arm.
Like when two people try to lead when they're dancing.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. It becomes less romantic and more awkward as you guys' arms kind of twitch, trying to find the best position to lock into, and you perfectly mime/mimic her arm movements. And finally, exasperated, she just lets her arm go slack a bit, but still holding yours, and then you do the exact same thing. And she seems content, but not as happy as she could have been. Fair enough.
Guy looks back towards Layla, because Layla's the reasonable one. That, like, at least in his mind, to help with these kind of, like, insightful things. When he looks back, looking at Layla. And he looks back as if, should I be concerned? Didn't her husband just die?
Life is short.
You do recall her saying, her husband, hopefully in death, he'll be more useful. Ooh. Once he grabbed one of the thigh bones, so maybe their relationship
And look,
was
he
a
was
little bit rocky to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Thank you all.
So fucked.
I have to ask, hand in hand, what would you like me to pull work away?
Yeah, are we doing a little group huddle right now? Talking about
action as
mobile
yeah.
hero huddle.
Okay, so off in the distance, to make this a harder decision, to get some mice and men action going here. Yeah, Werg is scratching Dobby behind the ear holes, and Dobby is rushing off into the forest to kill stuff. Werg puts his hands on his hips and watches her go, lets out a long sigh.
Oh.
All right.
I don't have feelings. I don't have feelings.
But he's still super evil. You guys didn't know this. He's a cannibal. He's evil. He tortures people. He eats them alive. He's a very bad man.
You're wrong.
Okay.
I can fix him.
Oh god.
Guy will sit there once we get to the hero and see that, and he'll say, "Look, things can play nice all they want, but I'd contacted that thing. I've been in its mind a little bit. That thing wants to torture, beat, maim, and
Which
repeat
one?
the process."
It's just in his nature.
Which one?
The ogre.
Ah. Layla, who has really, really good ears, probably managed to hear a lot of the dwarf side conversation.
With your passive perception, I would say, yeah, he's a dwarf. He wasn't being like super quiet. He's trying to be
Okay.
quiet enough that the ogre couldn't hear.
Okay, so she just more or less will say, men have sometimes foolishly, sometimes successfully tamed wolves, and they too eat men. The large animal is just, as the other one says, running its course of nature. I do not fault it for eating men.
Right. I'm fine if we want to bring back this creature for the stable master, but the ogre needs to go. I really didn't like the way that it looked at me, and it could see the various bones in my body. It wanted to beat my skull in with.
We would be doing a disservice to the town to let this thing come in, and if we did, we'd cause mass panic, and surely a mob would form, people would die. We gotta make the tough choice. And we need to do it quickly before the owlbear comes back. I, like in my cement, point my gun at the ogre looking away.
Oh, no, let me distract him.
They are bonded, are they not? We kill one, the other will.
I don't think they're bonded in the same way that me and Claude are, but I don't feel good about this.
It will be tough to convince the owlbear. They at least have a friendship, a camaraderie in history.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get rid of this body real fast, or come up with a clever story of how he died that's believable.
Why not just send them to the ruins? Use him against Warkelnall. Let him get his revenge against his brother.
Huh.
That's true, but any mountain goers might get killed.
Well, kind of like
that
when you went to the
particular
wild.
part of the mountain that you have chosen. Like nobody ever goes there.
When you go into the wild, you're basically signing a contract that says you're
Yeah,
okay with dying.
This is the third age of magic D&D times. You do not leave these small points of light that are civilization unless you are desperate, greedy, or powerful.
So, I'm okay with sending them off, I guess. If they want to go live in those ruins until we have the meeting and then we utilize them at the meeting, that would be pretty good. And then maybe, if we're really lucky, the ogre dies then, naturally.
Is dying in combat a natural death? I guess in D&D land. Yeah, I guess in D&D land, it's a natural
It definitely curbs the average life expectancy.
death. For sure. Like the lore that kobolds don't realize they could live like 150 years or something because they never actually managed to live that long.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair point, Hag Layla. But if we do that, I think we all need to be in agreement. And if Wargonar contacts the ogre, swaps their sides while we're gone, that's something we'll need to deal with.
I really would like us to get the money from the stable master. We are not doing great. This was supposed to be, like all of our other missions, a funds gathering mission amongst many other things. We have not done a great job of that. Certainly not getting paid for what we came out here to do.
What do you think, Jet? Ever the stalwart.
Jared has been silent, his arms crossed, and as this conversation has gone on, the scowl on his face has gotten deeper. No. You're going to ask them to do something for you. Help them break you out of a prison. And then stab them in the back. Better yet, you're going to ask them and send them off, somewhere where they can't be a danger to people. Probably a good idea. I don't disagree. Then you're going to ask them to help you again. And then still stab them in the back. I won't have any part of it. I don't care how evil or dark they might seem to be to you, how monstrous they might be. That's fucked. We should just part ways and be done with it. It's not our business what he does after this. He helped us. We owe him that much.
Sigh, you're right.
Y'all are fucking evil. Let's whip out that alignment chart.
I can agree with you to a certain extent. I'm sure the elves will kill this thing if it starts roaming around. But then again, this creature, I hope it hasn't been remembering our names and all that, could relay as soon as we've parted ways. I don't think he really understands the position he's in. Well, he probably doesn't think he's helped us at all. We convinced him to walk outside so he can get his pet to go out in the forest. If Warkona gets contact, he will spill the details. And then he'll spill the details to the Ghost Lord.
Right, there's a lot of unknowns in this situation. And you know what would solve all of that you haven't really done? Asked Werg what he wants.
I mean, if it's about
Right.
keeping him away from the town, I can stay with them.
Oh. We don't want to lose you, Orion. We certainly don't want to.
Well, it won't be losing. I'll just be out. We'll just be away from the outskirts of town, so people aren't going to be too frightened of him.
I would just be worried about your safety.
Well, Dobby seems to like me quite a bit, and I don't think Werg will touch me as long as Dobby is content with me.
Hey, Werg!
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's your plan?
I was gonna do some hunting with Dobby, and, guess I can't go back since I helped you escape. Did you put my brother's name on your invitation?
Do you want to kill your brother, or are you wanting to have him join you?
I want to give him the choice.
We should definitely have his brother come then. That's it. That's a
Yeah.
standoff I want to see.
Yeah. Also, we're more evil than this thing.
Dude,
I'm not, yeah.
I'm curious, what are you hunting?
Whatever Dobby wants to hunt. I'm hoping for an elf. They have very sweet meat,
Right.
but it's very hard to catch an elf. They can disappear.
I'm going to have to work on that.
Right.
I don't think, no matter how hard you work, you can just disappear without magic.
Oh, no. It's more of, Orion was like, I'm going to have to work on Dobby. I'm going to have some therapy for that owlbear for a little bit.
Give you there's a lot of animal handling checks.
Yeah.
Werg says,
If you are hungry, I will share. It's even an elf.
No, thank you.
I think we can find some other predators out there if Werg and myself work together with Dobby and Claude.
But if you did put my brother on the invitation, I'll probably just go there and wait for everyone. I was thinking.
and as he says that, you could tell that he carries his 3 extra points of intelligence like the great burden it is.
It would be bad for me to go to town with you. People don't like ogres for some reason.
Well, we can make camp outside town, and then we can go.
Would you be happy to help us in a battle to come? Would that bring you joy? Fighting and
smashing.
possibly even dying in a fight, knowing you go out. That is good.
Yeah, it's good, yes. It's good.
Well, we just learned there's a bunch of firbolgs and dwarves.
Life is smashing.
Oh man, that's quotable. Put that on a fucking
T-shirt.
mug.
Then, Layla looks at Jert. I think he would like us to throw him into fights, actually. Even if it does end up with his death.
Well, if you want to wait there, then we'll be there. If you're willing to fight against them with us.
All right. Dobby returns, dragging in her beak an elk. She deposits it like a cat in front of Werg, who gives her feather ruffles and tells her that she did good. He then picks the actual elk up and just physically tears it in half.
Oh, Jesus.
He hands half to whichever PC is closest.
Probably Claude and Orion.
Okay, and then he takes the piece he has and he tears it in half, and he gives half of it back to Dobby, and then he just starts eating raw the quarter elk that he has.
Orion will compliment Dobby on her hunting skills, and I imagine Claude is probably hungry, so he also tears into the elk that is freely offered to him.
An elk, on average, weighs about 1,200 pounds.
Jeez. The dude dumbbell curls 600 apiece? Yeah. Oh my god.
I mean, again, it's nothing compared to fucking Fomorians, but it's something.
These are very hardy. We live in, a slightly fey forest ones. IRL, that'd probably be the biggest one you ever find. But an elk could weigh anywhere between 350 to 1,200 pounds, which is kind of nuts.
Damn.
Don't even ask about moose. Moose is like a whole. It's like a dinosaur deer. It's crazy. Ark, you would know. You guys had to ride moose to school. Yeah.
Hey, I'll have you know my polar bear saved me since a young age. I keep his maple syrup coat nice and thick.
Fair enough. All right. So yeah, he looks at Layla. His face smeared with blood, slurping up guts. He seems content. He has told you his entire position on the world.
You know what? I think he actually has some hope for him, Let's go our separate ways. Let them be happy together.
Jed doesn't make many requests.
And he was right this time.
I
His
agree.
separate way brings him back to us, though. He wants to go to the ruins.
Yeah. And that only seems beneficial.
Do you know the ruins that I speak of, Werg?
The mountains.
And he points towards the mountains.
That way.
Smallest peak on this end. Look for a watchtower that is abandoned. I'm sure it's small to you.
Dwarf ruins. Yes. Perhaps we will meet again. And,
He looks over at Mina, and he says,
nah.
and then he walks away.
Damn it. That was gonna be Oh, I'm so mad. That was it.
Yeah, that was
Now we
like the
gotta
moment of
kill
true
him.
remorse. But no,
We don't expect
He doesn't
too much.
understand remorse. Yeah.
not quite that smart.
And guy
He
will.
was doing his job.
He's doing good. He did great. That was better than we could have hoped for.
Orion, if they're leaving, Orion will pet Dobby and say that we'll meet again.
Okay. Dobby says,
You could come with us, and we will hunt every day and every night. We will sleep in the morning and in the afternoon. We will hunt under the sun and under the moon.
I think we would like that. Claude also well, Claude also is a little bit lazy, but I would definitely like that. But we have to take care of this thing first. Maybe when that's done, then we can go hunting.
All right. She puts you in her mouth and chews on you for a little bit, and then
There's
spits
a
you back
squeaky
out.
toy noise.
And she says,
Still tastes terrible. Oh well.
Yeah, hopefully not for too long.
I mean, if you had tasted good, I think she would have eaten you rather than
Yeah.
lose
Well,
you. Yeah. That's
yeah, you're fair.
all right.
Oof.
Guy will look to Mina and the dwarves and say, I understand you're probably not happy with that decision, but I have faith that we'll see them soon, and I'm not sure if they'll make it up to that fight. One way or another, they're not going to be a threat for you or your families anymore. And we've properly used them to the utmost that we can.
Oh, this is a great picture for demonstrating how big a bear paw is and an owl bear paw.
Saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like when they're hitting you for that sick ass damage, it's like how? Why? Yep, that's what's hitting you.
He just puts its hand on your chest and it's just gone. That's
Yeah.
it.
All right. So you guys watch them go? Question mark. And then you head to the road and then backtrack to town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
checking on the unconscious guys. They still unconscious?
the Firbolg is gonna wake up before Umegs, but you managed to go the first hour without them waking up. But they have not been bound yet, so that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Now that the distractions are gone of binding your prisoners.
All right. Stop before we tie them up. I need some rope. And yeah. And he's gonna reach in and try to tickle both of them to see if they're faking.
Okay.
All right. Let's tie him up.
Okay.
I don't want to carry him now since we don't have big boys. I can carry one of them.
Yeah.
Put the other on Claude.
You just fireman carry the dwarf, I guess.
Yeah.
It's
I'll put
weird
ReMIX over the
because
shoulder.
one is like tall and like lithe and beefy. I guess you could be lithe and beefy. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's muscular and tall, but kind of slim, and that's
He's
the
lean.
Firbolg. Yeah, lean muscle on a tall frame. The dwarf is just stout. So in a way, they're both horrible to carry. In their own different ways.
I'm not sure
So.
because Layla's currently on Claude right now because both our speeds are pretty shit.
And I cannot help you there.
Yeah, the Firbolg, he weighs about 260 pounds.
Nope.
Okay, I can take the
Let's
tape
go
up
make
then.
Too
What
much
about
for
the-
Claude to be able to carry a third person. Like maybe the dwarf in his mouth.
Yeah, I mean he could drag the dwarf along. That'd be fine. You guys have a craftsman. If you just wanted to stop, I'm sure he could build you guys. What are those
A
things that you
wheelbarrow.
carry people on?
Oh,
yeah.
like we had
Like the dead wagon?
Bartholomew. Like we had Bartholomew on, and then you guys murdered him.
I'm thinking
Right?
of the thing that's like two sticks and there's
Like
like
a-
some rope
like
in
a gurney or
between.
something like
Yeah,
that?
yeah, a gurney.
Gurney.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, he could yeah, I mean, Barnabas, that's so basic, bitch. Like you were making gurneys when you were like 3 years old. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, no problem.
Practically snap my fingers and it's done. I think
Yeah.
I can actually do that. I think I can actually just use tool belt to make this instantly, and I just snap my fingers and a puff of smoke. It's
I
there.
think-
We don't have time to make things right now. Let's just get back to
I
town.
think
I'm
the
so
question
tired.
Is, why were you making gurneys at 3 years old?
You know what? The streets of Denevar are harder than you expect them to be.
I've heard
Jeez.
this story.
All right, so let's see. You guys had the battle, and it was in the afternoon. Then you got captured. Then you woke up. Rescue came. Now you've been moving for a bit. All right, you will not be arriving back in the town until about 8 o'clock at night today.
We go find our favorite guard, Thanlin, with our
But
prisoners.
what a fucking day.
Yeah, I think it's better just to keep pushing until we get into the safety of town.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
especially with prisoners with information and everything.
All right.
That person is proper tied to the gurney.
Let's see. 8.
You're
8
dragging
is
the
not 22. Man, my brain's so dumb today. Let's see.
I lean into the dwarf who told me to kill the ogre and say, "My friends have kind, soft hearts, and it's for a good reason. They keep us well respected amongst the community. And I think this was a good choice."
All right. Go give me an intelligence persuasion,
Oh, okay.
because you brought up very good points. So even if your charisma ain't good, you're at least conveying some some good information.
Intelligence.
We've all had that one professor that was not a very charismatic person, but still a good teacher.
I still get a D4.
Okay.
I'm gonna get all the use out of that pipe. We only get
All
one.
right. He looks dour, and he says, "Oh, I suppose killing him in such a dishonorable way, just because of the horrors he's put me and my family through. I don't want to go down that road. I was wrong to try and sway you, to earn me some petty vengeance. You heroes, you made the choice you felt was right, and I backed that play."
It is important that we do not ourselves become monsters in the pursuit to eliminate them.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Well said. Well said. Well, we've been traveling together for a few hours now. You saved me and my family's life. Suppose I should at least let you know my name.
Please, I am Barnabas Benoit, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
The name is Caden Brightcoin. I'm a merchant from the southern holds.
What do you specialize in?
This here is my son, ReMIX. And this here is my wife, Nelu.
That's a beautiful name. What caused you guys to become captured by the bandits? Were you traveling with your goods, or?
Ah, yes. Well, we were heading north, along the road, do some trade. I've never felt comfortable sitting still, so I'm a very hands-on entrepreneur, and rather than start a family that I never got to see, I fell in love with my best caravaner, and we decided to raise a family on the road. So that's what we've been trying to do. Those Firbolgs, they got us good. One of them giants threw a rock, took out the front wheel of the wagon, tumbled over, and then that was that. I wanted to fight like I had in my youth, but there's too much to lose. So we surrendered. Warkelnaw, he offered me a chance to work for him in his forge, asked me if I knew the secrets of cold iron.
Do you know why he was so obsessed with it?
When I told him I didn't, he just locked me up. Had nothing else to do with me. But he kept us alive for quite some time. I think that Stormsteel must have told him who I was. Maybe he was thinking of ransoming me.
And to whom would you be ransomed?
He gets a glint in his eye, as if he has a very cool secret, and he says, "Oh, no one too important."
Can I roll an insight check on him as someone
Oh,
who also
sure.
has a like backed up secret of patronage? I'm not good at these, but I'll give it a shot. Plus a d4.
Oh my, you're on a roll today. Yeah, you know that he's hiding some super juicy secret. He's definitely related to someone very important.
Look, I too come from deep coffers, and I understand the situation you're in, and glad myself that I didn't get captured for that reason. But we'll hopefully deal with those bandits, and then you'll be back on your way, selling again and living on the road. What kind of goods do you specialize in?
Well, most of what we grow for crops isn't really sought after by anyone, but what we turn them crops into certainly is. But I don't limit what I carry, so I was laden down with some fine dwarven steel ingots, as well as quite a bit of mead and fire whiskey. The fire whiskey in particular is well sought after in the Northlands. Keep you warm in those coldest evenings.
I fancy myself a distiller, but I don't have equipment right now. I'm gonna have to get back out and get my rig back up and running. Anyways, let's head to town. It's time that we all take a good rest, have a good meal.
I can
Agreed.
see you too.
The kid's definitely excited about singing. He says, "Oh, what can you sing?
I can.
You know any dwarf songs?"
I have performed some dwarf songs, but
No,
I'm
wait,
more...
no. Do you know any dragon songs?
Oddly, I know stories of dragons. But have you seen the Marble Dancer?
The what? Who?
The Marble Dancer from your halls. Oh, your family must never have taken you there. It's a beautiful dance that your people have. Marble dancing is passed down through the ages. I've led for Bullry. If you've heard of the performer, probably not. It's fine. I can sing you a story about dragons.
We don't spend too much time in the dwarven holds. My father says that the dwarves are all racists and they're all stuck in their old ways, and it's going to lead to the extinction of our people.
Does he now? How progressive.
Oh my god.
Kaden is turning purple right now from embarrassment and anger.
And he says, "Oh, kids, they say the darndest things. Hey, here's an idea. Why don't you try not talking anymore so that that nice bard can tell you a story?"
Oh, of course.
And he looks at you pleadingly.
I mean, would you like a... You see Guy starts to like look, and he'll look at ReMIX, and he'll look at Caden, and he looks between the two of them, and there's actually a moment of confusion as he doesn't know which one to appeal to.
Caden says,
"Oh, a dragon story would be so great right now. You got any good dragon stories? Oh, what about the one that one hero Rest would ride around on, the dragon rider lady? You know that story?"
Ah, the Rider and the Miser.
Yes.
Of course. Well, of course you know that the miser sold that lump of gold to the side of... And he'll go on.
Right.
Barnabas will put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and just go back to business talk.
Mm-hmm. He is most comfortable with business talk. All right. Several hours later, 2 hours later, the Firbolg wakes up, bound and gagged. He's going to give it one shot to escape. He is restrained. Let's see. Here we go. Whoever tied him up, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand, because he actually rolled pretty good. So I need a sleight of hand. I'm assuming would roll it with advantage because he was unconscious and he had plenty of time. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, whoever claims to have tied him up can go ahead and make that sleight of hand checks for me.
I can, at the very least, have helped Jert. If Jert, you don't want to roll it, I can.
Go for it, dude. You probably have a better bonus than I do. I'll help you.
Oh shit. Okay. He just barely begins to. You hear the ropes kind of tear, and with his giant frame, he tears the ropes and then realizes immediately that he is fucking surrounded. And I believe he uses invisibility for the encounter, and being unconscious does not mean he got a good short rest in, so he can't turn invisible. So he immediately throws his hands up and says, I surrender. I surrender.
That's right. I point my gun at him.
But don't hit me again. Don't hit me again.
Just gonna hold him at gunpoint while we retie him.
All right. He says, I don't know why you even made this your problem.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
I mean, you're gonna be stuck with us for quite some time. You may as well talk.
And we can be very persuasive. Clicks gun.
You killed all my friends. You killed my...
Yep.
Yeah. Why? Over a bit of banditry?
The town of Drellin's Ferry has enough problems without you stealing from them and cutting off their roads.
You won't have anything to worry about before long. Warklenaw has had visions. He sees what's coming.
Everyone
We're
keeps
preparing for that, unlike you fools.
And he spits a
Has he
wad
sh-
into the
Has he
road.
shared what those visions are?
He looks like he desperately wants to pass this deception check. Here we go. Oh, he says no, but all of you know that he is lying.
No.
Presses gun to knee.
Give me an intimidation check.
Can it be with intelligence? Because people need their knees.
I'm gonna say this is just the force of personality, but you
Fair,
do have
fair.
advantage because he's in a bad situation.
Okay. Oh wait, that was intimidation. That wasn't the right button.
Oh,
right
I've
there.
got like all the music playing. No wonder I'm getting such an eclectic mix today. There we go. Oof. He says, yeah, he says, whatever that is, that you got poked against me. Doesn't
don't
even
wanna find
matter.
out. You don't want to find out.
Do you consider yourself a good little giant?
Oh man, as a Firbolg, constantly being called a little giant by real giants, goddamn. By other giants. I mean, they don't even have dual type Pokemon status. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He says, I don't know what you mean by good. Good at my job? I guess not. I got fucking caught. By
Right.
you idiots.
But you played foot and fiddle right into our plan. What I mean is, do you find yourself beholden to Warklenaw? As far as I'm aware, he's a great man who has all these great visions and all this. But do you consider yourself a good person? Or have you already come to the terms of the difference between you and the people of Drellin's Ferry?
I serve my tribe, and I serve the Witchwood. And our tribe has suffered under the incursion of humans into our lands.
And that's your excuse from
And we're made second-class citizens by the elves. And now, with this great horror coming, we have to do what we can to make sure we survive what is to come. We don't have the luxury of fleeing into the Feywild like those elves. And he spits again.
What is this big horror coming? Everyone keeps talking about something coming. What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. He's bluffing. Warklenaw didn't even have visions.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Warklenaw studied under the greatest druid of any age. He knows things that other people are too afraid to see. Things shown to him by the mist.
Sounds like he's a hack.
So if he saw all these great things, why would he be attacking the town? Why not try and convince them to help him?
He's not a hack. and he seeks no help or aid from the treacherous humans of Drellin's Ferry.
Apparently, he's been getting aid from a treacherous halfling in Drellin's Ferry.
Hmm?
The only reason you haven't been wiped off the earth is because someone didn't rat on you sooner, so count yourself lucky.
And he looks admonished as he kind of stares down and away, and he says,
I don't know what you mean about a halfling. Is it you? Are you the one helping? You're a halfling, aren't you?
No. Thank you. Barnabas is correct. You're being swindled. You see, Warklenal used to be friends with a wizard, a treacherous halfling who stays within Drellin's Ferry. He uses little magic and mists to convince people that they see things, hear things. So, I don't know exactly what he said he saw, but if you told us, I can tell you if it's one of his tricks. He did it to me. I fell for it too.
Wait, Warklenal tricked you, or this wizard tricked you?
This wizard, he's done it before. If you tell me what it is, I can let you know. It sounds similar, but
all right, he looks weary and worn out. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
could I have help from Barnabas?
Sure.
Yeah.
Guidance.
Mm.
If I can sneak it in there.
Okay. He says,
All Warklenal said is that there's an ancient enemy that is coming, and we must be prepared to defend ourselves against it or flee.
Do we think this is Skegketh again?
No, it sounds different. I don't appreciate that Rakonar's only method of preparing is to steal from others, but I understand being afraid. Things you can't control.
Warklenal said that the people of Drellin's Ferry won't need it for much longer anyways.
Did he have an exact timeline on that?
No.
Or was it just vague?
Just that the time was short and we needed to hurry. There were some questioned banditry, but Warklenal, he showed us, he convinced us with his words that you couldn't be trusted, that we needed to take what we could because you would do the same to us 10 times over.
Probably.
And so when that thing that does come and wipes us out comes for you, who will aid you now that you have turned all your potential allies enemies?
We never had allies to begin with.
Did you?
But you could have, and Warklenal took that from
Yeah.
you.
Did you try? Or just straight assume?
Our people have always been persecuted, mistrusted, cast aside.
It's amazing what fighting for your life will make you do, though. Unlikely
And
allies are
what?
bound.
What if in the history to come you could be held aloft high pedestals? Treated like kings in a new age.
he kind of blanches at that, and he says,
These are the kind of things that drive humans.
Well,
We simply wish to exist in peace.
to be fair, people fear what they do not know, and I'll be honest, I've never gone into the forest too many times. I've never met a Firbolg before, and I did not know what to think until I met you.
Do you desire just to exist in peace? You talk about how the forest is not good enough for yourselves. The elves can flee, you're stuck on the outskirts. You say one thing, but your actions say another. There's a part of all of you that's jealous.
"Oh, dang." When you say that, he looks heated, and he says,
We are not jealous of those shadow-touched elven fools. We simply wished to live within the forest and be treated as equals. But they, in their forest-top villages with their fancy flying owl mounts, they think they're so much better than everyone else. When we turn to them for aid, they ignore us. When we sent emissaries to warn them of the coming evil, they refuse to speak with us.
Did you not learn from history? Elves did not help this land when it was first attacked. They're not going to do it now.
And walk on all. And you could have been proven better. That you were better than the elves in the land in the eyes of the rest of the Vale. Had you simply, or still you simply, raise up arms. Not to raise and pillage and plunder, but to do what the elves would not, and will not do. They have not warned us either. You are not the only ones they ignore.
He looks down. He looks very thoughtful, and he says,
You've given me much to think about.
Take a rest. Let's not put more ropes on you. I think you're well aware of the situation you're in.
okay. He would, if allowed, he will walk in silence for a while, looking very thoughtful.
Yeah,
Well,
nice job.
Hey Orion, did you hear if Dobby had any eggs?
I don't think that was ever brought up, correct, DM?
It was not. Yeah, it didn't come up.
Okay. And it didn't look
I
like
really-
the area that we're in was like a nest of anything that she had, right?
No. I mean, it looked like she was a service animal. Like her job was to help guard the jail.
No, unfortunately, it didn't seem like she had any eggs of any kind. But maybe if we see her later down the line, maybe.
Maybe she'll find a male Firbolg. Or no, not Firbolg.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Hey, we don't judge. We don't judge. Whatever Dobby's into. But yeah, that would be it would take time, but yeah, I mean,
Tell you what, Orion, you ever find me one of those eggs? I'll write you a song, and I'll share the Bach beer with you.
Okay.
Guy, the Sable Master would buy that egg for so much money.
Yeah, but why would you raise it and go through the whole thing and all that when you can just make a drink out of it and be done with it? I mean, that's legendary. It's a good memory.
We get that Firbolg's name.
you did not. You did not.
Yeah.
If I was a prisoner and I was not a famous person, I don't think I would volunteer my name to my captors. I'd be like, I'd probably say as little as possible. Let's see. Do that as that.
I'm thinking about our future in this meeting at the ruins.
Sounds like we.
It sounds.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was gonna say it sounds like we're all kind of on the same page, and we might actually be able to talk to him.
Yeah.
Well, we had already been told to bring him back alive. Maybe we can use these ruins, bring certain allies. Do you think we can trust his mage friend, or
That's what I was thinking.
bring him along?
Too. Maybe we bring Sir Tyrion with us. Maybe he can get through to work and all.
That's gonna be
They
a
are
tough
not-
Oh
battle.
man.
They are not good people, these Firbolgs, but sounds like in the future to come we might have a common enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Though, I have to ask, Layla, would you side with the Fomorians?
Sorry, you had cut out a little bit on my end. What'd you say?
Would you
Will you
side
side?
with the Fomorians?
When I side with the Fomorians?
Mm-hmm. After what they've done to you.
I would rather have them on our side than against us. I'll put it that way. I do not think they are good creatures, and I do not think they are deserving of a happy ending. I would hope to use them as maybe living artillery and send them to their deaths. But again,
I'm enjoying how Haglayla is approaching situations.
Actually, that brings up a good point.
Better.
Turning to our Firbolg friend, how is Warkle now controlling those Fomorians? Why are they siding with him?
Oh, okay. You turn to him and ask him that. Okay. He looks to you guys. Looks to you specifically. Very, down and down again towards you, and he says,
As an Uggo rat.
Warkle has made many connections with powerful people. Those Fomorians, and he seems very uncomfortable talking about the Fomorians, like they scare him. They're on loan, I guess you could say.
Oh, that's unsettling.
Very.
And who do they answer to?
I don't know. I didn't want to know. I just gave them a wide berth. But they listen to whatever Warkle tells them. But they are cruel and evil, terrible creatures.
Oh,
He looks physically ill, as if he's thinking about some of the messed up shit he's seen them do.
like Orion, who he's talking to.
maybe worse than that. Maybe worse than that.
oh boy.
Fomorians are pretty awful.
I'm probably on the lighter side of that scale. I was chewed on.
But I've heard whispers. The general consensus is you gotta fight monsters with monsters.
Do we look like
Warkle.
monsters to you?
We're not fighting you, fools. We're using you to prepare for the fight that is to come.
Warkle must be desperate to have such allies now.
Well, now you can understand what drove us to banditry, can't you?
I can.
I think we can work something out with Rock'em though. But this is a discussion we should have over drinks.
So,
Oh, that sounds good.
2 more hours of travel. You can see the western part of Drellin's Ferry off in the distance. Umegs would wake up. Umeg Stormsteel. He will try to break free. Can I get a sleight of hand check to see if he's able to break free? This is just out of personal curiosity. Dude's got 1 hit point.
I can't remember which. Was he in Claude's mouth or was he tied to a gurney?
Well, I'm assuming after about an hour of them not waking up, you guys would have restrained them, because you never know when people are going to wake up and try to escape. But yeah. Okay, he is unable to get free. Is he gagged too, or is he just bound?
We can just have a simple cloth over the mouth so it's easy to pull down.
Yeah. So you hear,
You're in there.
Pull it down. Welcome back.
he sputters a bit and he says,
Drink. Now.
I have a water skin.
I pull out a flask. Which one?
Well, if it comes to water or wine, I'll take the wine.
It's whiskey.
Even better.
I give him one measure. One very scarce measure, not a full one.
he greedily laps it up. And he seems to calm down a little bit.
That was quite the forge you were running there.
Yeah, it was. And what of it?
Well, I'm a man who likes to work metal, and
Oh,
I
you're
do
no
bel-
man. You're half a man at best.
Oof, I'm a whole lot more than that. And you want to try to measure up to me? I can tell that you were trying to make cold iron weapons, and you were failing to do so.
Oh, dang. His face flushes in embarrassment.
pull out the iron wood and I stroke it lovingly.
Well,
Why do you need these? Actually, I guess we know now. That last conversation really cleared it up.
hey, I was hired by Warkelnaw. He caught me and my boys making our way north on the road. Growing sick of the king's bullshit down south. Thought we'd head up to the north. Supposedly they got snow dwarves. Thought I'd find myself a nice snow dwarf maiden and lay down in that downy white snowy sweetness, if you know what I mean. But, we got waylaid on the way.
And he kind of like smiles a bit, says,
Ended up being a bad and a good and then a bad again decision. End of the story, ended up working for Warkelnaw. Guy was obsessed with trying to get some cold iron. I assume was at first he wanted to make war against the elves, which to me ain't no better thing to do than kill some fucking elves. But more I heard, more whisperings I listened in on. No, he was afeard of something much different. You want my opinion? Walker knows nothing but a madman. He claims to be a druid, but he acts more like one of them whores which sells their soul for power. What they called a witcher, a hexer, witch boy.
I poke him in the ribs with my gun. I say, a warlock.
Oh, I see. That one landed close to the mark. The point is, I don't think that Warkelnaw was really pulling the strings. I think someone was pulling his strings.
We're well aware you're quite behind.
Was something?
hello?
Kind
Hello?
of cut out there.
Yeah, he just kind of stares and says,
Yeah, well, I've been out for a few hours, haven't I?
So Warkelnaw answers to someone, and you have no idea who it is?
No, I don't mess with that crazy cultist. The guy's dealing with Fomorian giants. When I saw those fellas show up, I knew I was fucked. I gotta either keep working for him or find a way to escape. Only a matter of time before feeds me to one of them giants because I can't make this God's damn cold iron bullshit.
So we asked you to work for him to make the cold iron, but you had no intention or ability to do so.
Hey, listen. How hard could it be? Is what I asked myself. But it was pretty hard, it turns out.
Yes. I've tried myself and failed, but I will master it someday.
I did hear that a certain cold hewer living in Drellin's Ferry might know the secret. I told Warkelnaw about it, but whether or not he decided to act on it is up to him.
Good.
Ooh,
Yes,
that's another piece of leverage we could bring with us, boys.
He keeps that secret guarded with tight lips in a thick vault.
So I suppose you're handing me over to the authorities in Drellin's Ferry, hmm? I'll face human justice.
Well, you did aid and abet bandits and arm them, so...
But maybe they can give you a lighter sentence. It seems Warkelnaw is...
I'm sure.
He's arming himself with from the forge.
Yes.
Maybe if you work with us to help prevent, loss of life, maybe they'll be a little bit more lenient.
Or like, some kind of work release program?
We are preparing to arm the people of Drellin's Ferry, and we could use your help.
Making a dwarf work a forge. How what a terrible fate.
Hush, no, this is terrible. Shucks. Oh, man, this is gonna be the worst. I guess we'll just have to see what happens. Oh,
Excellent. I just got my first assistant.
A couple of human years of work service. Oh, how will I bounce back from that? Oh, no.
You'll be working halfling years.
So half as long. Nice.
We live twice as long.
I love how we just keep trying to make allies of enemies.
Yeah, our team might as well be called like the Redemption Squad or something. Like every single one of them is a fucking criminal or bad person that we.
They're all on community
What
service
are we, some
programs.
kind of suicide squad?
This Firbolg can't keep quiet any longer, and he says, "Why don't you tell them the truth? Why don't you tell them that you and your dwarves attacked us on the road, and we're the ones who defended ourselves against you?"
Kind of sounds like you deserved it.
And then Umig smiles and says, "Oh, so if a bandit gets attacked by other bandits, then they're the victim? Come on now, kid. You know what you're getting into."
Sounds like there's no honor among thieves.
And we had hung up our bandit in hats. It was just going to be one more bandit in for old time's sake.
Now let's not hang up any hats just yet. There might still be work to be done.
Oh, well, I'm the only one to be hanging up hats from what I could tell. You guys took my boys out pretty clean, pretty quick.
Was that the only ones left of your group?
Yeah, the others got beat up pretty bad. These Firbolg might not be real giants, but they're a real pain in the ass in a battle.
I feel like we're gonna have to separate these two soon because they may start coming to blows.
No, this is gonna be like the greatest fucking character development story. They're gonna hate each other. Oh man, it's gonna be good.
Mhm.
They're gonna have to fight with each other and learn to. Oh,
Coexist.
So how come the tall boy gets to walk around and I'm still tied up being dragged by this, whatever this thing is?
I'm particularly keen to not let you escape.
He was also somehow smart and wily enough to get out of his bonds, unlike you.
This is the most flamboyant mountain lion I've ever seen.
I think Claude just roars.
You think growing your hair out makes you look handsome? You just look like a fool.
Now you can get that.
All right, well, since he can't even cross his arms, he just rolls his eyes as he's continued to drag down the road by your lion.
can only control his ferocity so much.
We'll advise you don't
Careful.
upset the lion. He understands more than you expect.
Don't upset the lion.
Well, unless you need me, I'll just be having my head smashed in as it's dragged along the rocky road.
Yeah, you kind of told that ogre to smash people's heads in, so sorry if we don't feel sorry for you.
I don't have nothing to do with that. I run the forge. Oh, you mean when you came in and I said, smash their skulls in?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
That was more of a self-defense.
We weren't even armed.
You were home invaders at that point.
We were prisoners.
I mean,
But you
I was
left
a
the
invader.
designated guest quarters without my permission. That makes you home invaders.
Oh my
At this
God.
point, Nelu walks up and slaps this dude.
And she says, you're a shame to your clan and your family and any who remember your storm steel.
I nod approvingly.
Damn.
I'll be sure to tell these humans exactly what sort of business you get up to in the southern holds. So I don't think working a forge is in your future. I think a short hanging is probably a bit more appropriate for someone with your record.
And she spits a wad, and when dwarves spit a wad, it's like baseball player spitting a wad, just right in his fucking scarred up eye. And
Yikes.
ReMIX says, "Get him, Mom!"
Oh, he will pay a penance. Don't you worry.
As
Are
she
you-
walks away, Umegs mutters to himself,
Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Oh my God.
Oh my god, let's go get a drink.
okay, so you guys make it back to Drellin's Ferry.
Drop
Fantastic.
prisoners off, grab a drink. Oh, jeez.
right.
Yeah, let's go visit Thanlin.
Info
drop
dump
off the
everything
prisoner.
that we've occurred this day to him.
Oh,
Thanlin about to get a lot of plot dropped on him.
yeah. Prepare that 5th level exposition spell.
So yeah, in the interest of saving time, is there any information that you withhold from Thanlin and the guards? That's usually the best way to handle this kind of stuff.
Probably not from Thanlin, because I mean we're kind of close with him, but I mean maybe on his judgment of what he would give to the people.
Now, hold on. I think we don't necessarily have to tell the Fomorian story exactly as it went, so we can look a little better.
Guy is going to tell the Fomorian story like we planned to get captured.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, guy.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. And that's also
Yeah.
the story that he tells in the tavern.
Secret
Nice.
Agent Barnabas was the plan all along.
Yeah.
Also, I
You're
don't
writing
believe...
a play about me.
I will also relate, because I assume since Kellen's literally a council member, during the story we'll relay that we're going to parlay with the villain, Warkolna, who is confused and being led astray
maybe we
with
can get
his
some
forge
reinforcements.
master.
Okay. What do you guys do with Mina? Mina seems very intent on at least getting a chance to sleep with her celebrity, her, you know, I don't want to call you a B-list celebrity, her B plus A- celebrity crush
Cross
guy.
that off the bite list.
And then offer
yeah.
her the BT contract.
The dwarves just want a place to rest and recuperate. They are recognized by Kellen Shadowbanks, and they have a line of credit with him. So they get it, you know, they get a room and they try to get some fucking sleep. All right, I guess with the people dropped off with Thanlin, I will take you guys. Did Thanlin stick around to hang out and chat, or did they head out?
Decent
Santa
early.
was that will hang out with the guys.
Oh, okay. All right, so then
Although he will be very awkward around Layla and Orion.
yeah,
Simply
people
because-
have undisguised fear of how hideous Orion and Layla are. It's not like well, no, there was nothing heartwarming about Disney's Hunchback of Notre Dame. It's kind of like that, but worse. Like people just like you're just so hideous. Like it's not even your deformities; it's how unnatural it is. Everything about you, it just gets under the skin of everyone. You know, it is a visual nails on the chalkboard when people look at you because everything is wrong in like the worst ways when they look upon you. So yeah, people are not comfortable around you. They don't want to look at you. When they see you, they are terrified. It's a whole
I think
thing.
Orion will throw his hood up over his head because he feels really bad now.
Aw, okay.
Guy will warn Thanlin that a bald head does not need a comb. Don't say shit about it, please. We don't need you. We don't need someone trying to make that feel better. I think we just need some time and rest.
All right. When you arrive at the establishment, you see that there are some regulars, but it is pretty late by this point. After dropping off the prisoners, taking the ferry, explaining everything, it's like 10 o'clock at night. So, you know, a lot of people have headed home to go to bed. The people here aren't even eating. This is just like late night sad drinking or like social drinking or people that, you know, work nights and are off tonight, that kind of thing. But it's definitely not crazy hopping busy or anything like that. Let me bring you guys over to the
Can
map.
I just ask one thing?
Hmm?
Who exactly told Thanlin the story?
Guy, of course.
Could Thanlin go to Jert and be like, okay, what really happened?
Damn.
Jert, do you tell honestly, or do you want to save face and be like everything was well planned, no mistakes were made on the battlefield? I didn't eat 7 crits.
Oh man. Jert doesn't have the fear of losing face or anything, so he just tells it like it is.
Okay.
He says, no, the combat went rather poorly. As you can see, 2 of the buses still cursed. There was more. Thankfully, Barnabas escaped and came back to rescue us.
Even if it was his terrible idea in the first place.
This actually, though, turned out to be fortuitous. If we had fought Walkenall, there's a chance we wouldn't have learned the truth, and the opportunity to side with him might have gone out the window with his body. Well, cave, not the window. You know what I mean.
Mm-mm.
At the very least, you came back alive and well. Well, at least most of you.
Just alive.
Yeah, pretty
You know,
much.
It's good to see you again.
Same here, buddy. Same here. Seems you've had a rather... Well, after everything you told me, a rather painful encounter, nonetheless.
Having one less man up front has definitely concentrated the brunt of the damage we take on myself and Claude.
Oh, really? You look tough enough. And Thamlin just side punches him in the shoulder.
You hear a bone pop. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Do you want me to, like, put that back in? And he, like, he'll pop a
all
bone
right.
in his face.
He breathes in. Yep.
So Kellen brings you guys some drinks, and he says,
Oh, very impressive. You guys were able to save, some high-profile rescuing there. The Bright Coin, as he's known in the Southern Holds. I mean, that guy. Oof. He's he's very well connected.
Light on the details.
Friends in high places.
Oh, okay. Kellen looks left. He looks right. His mustache looks left and looks right. And then he says,
That there Bright Coin, he's the childhood friend of the King of the Dwarves.
Shit.
Oh.
Thamlin spits out his
No,
beer.
he knows royalty. What big deal.
Honey.
You don't know much about the king. He... Oh, man. Arthurek Hammerfist is not the kind to have friends. So it's kind of a big deal that you guys were able to save this guy. You know the classic tale. A young noble, disenfranchised. He runs away from home, befriends like, a poor street kid. Eventually, they go on an adventure, but then he has to return to his noble life and his duties, blah, blah, blah. Offers the best friend, a place at court, big deal promotion, but he doesn't take it because he's got to, follow his dreams or whatever. And they take him down a different path, and there's like bittersweet parting. It's just that's the story. Yeah, that's the story.
Guy reaches to Barnabas for a cigar, and he just whispers in his breast, "I should write her." Oh, well, I'm glad that we were able to rescue him. Then it's a good
Yeah, you plan it. He gets a glint in his eye, the glint of maybe somebody who does criminal activity, and he says, "How are you planning to leverage it, huh?"
Oh, I'm always playing an angle, Kellen.
Well, don't play it too hard. Brightcoin is a master merchant and negotiator, and he has a long memory. But you saved his family, and that's going to count for a lot.
Yeah, I think that in of itself is more than enough to get us a favor from him.
I think Jert could agree with me, as well as Layla, that despite the coin and the bright future that could come of that bargaining, I think that the favor of the king could be more useful with an ancient enemy, quote-unquote, that is along the way. I know the dwarves are still scornful after the last time they defended these lands, and they need a little bit of inspiration to get them out the door to do so again. Hopefully this will help.
You want to survive? Oh wow, that's not a bad idea.
Guy, that's the first smart thing I've ever heard you say.
Well, we're in private. Don't tell anyone.
Barnabas laments the loss of potential money.
Yeah.
But having a king as a friend, what money can you have? I think I played in his court once.
If you have, you would know that Arthuric Hammerfist is a very greedy, very selfish, and very dour, even for a dwarf fellow.
Yeah, no. When he performed for the Marble Dancer, I'm sure it was in the hold for like a bit, and he knows more than well that he's a terrible audience member.
Yeah. He has a reputation even among the dwarves of being antisocial.
But we saved his
Like-
one friend, so
Yeah, it's only the fiscal interests of his people's trade and economy that has kept him from just closing basically. I guess this would come up if you've been to these lands and you guys are now talking dwarves. You would know that there has been talk about essentially fantasy Brexit, where the southern holds
God.
are going to tell all the surface dwarves, all the hill dwarves, that we're going to close the gates. You can either be separated from us and live on the surface without our support, or you can come back underground, but we're fucking done. We're clocking out. And this is something that for years has kind of gone back and forth. But it is something that the king wants, but the people have sort of pushed back against. He carries the centuries long grudges of what he and a lot of dwarves view as the abandonment by the other races during the war. He holds it very close to his heart.
Right, but now what if we? Oh man, fuck, guy, that's huge. What if we just leverage that back at him? Like, oh, and now you're gonna do the same thing. We could potentially mend that relationship if we can get them to help us.
That was my thought.
Judging from his personality, though, we might cause irreparable damage as well.
Yeah, but like if they're already like planning on seceding, the only thing worse than that could happen is they could announce war on us. But if we're already gonna be taken over by whatever is about to roll over Drellin's Ferry, then I mean, gotta shoot your shot.
I certainly don't want them to secede. We get all of our iron from the dwarves to make ball bearings.
It's a good thing, Thanlin, you have a guy like me to talk your way into the situation.
I look over the Jerd. Damn it,
Hmm?
right.
What?
Never mind.
I'm gonna make a performance and then get a drink and then likely go to bed. Perhaps not alone. And I want to say, before anything happens, if I wake up without a thigh bone, it was not my own doing. I'm getting very Black Widow vibes from this person, and I won't say it's not a turnoff.
Thanos going to raise a single eyebrow like, what?
Guy,
So-
life is short. Go have fun.
Mina is ready for her grief counseling. So.
Oh
my God.
Yes.
Okay.
God. All right. A scene worth mentioning is Sasha seeing you guys return alive and in the same day that you left. Is relieved, but when she sees Layla specifically, she is confused and horrified. When you explain that Hag Layla is Layla, Sasha begins to weep and says, "But how could this happen? You were so beautiful and so strong, and now you're just broken. Will you be okay? Is there a cure? We could go to Brother Denny and we could, Durney, and we could find out what the cure is, and then we'll go on a quest to find a solution.
I forgot about her.
Layla, I won't give up on you." And she reaches to grab your hand, but then she looks like she's going to vomit, and she just sort of like pulls her hand back.
We'll get them sorted. Don't worry.
Yeah, if it's still persistent tomorrow, we can go see the brother. I think that's a good idea.
You
Let's
can
follow.
probably sell us a scroll that will fix this. Although we don't exactly have the funds.
Oh.
Wait,
Alright.
you don't?
Is Claude back to normal?
Yep.
Is he?
So Claude, being in the Familiars Union, is a spirit construct. So that's a great question. I would say that he would come back normal because this is a new body. But he is also cursed, but his spirit's not cursed. His body was cursed. So I would say that since this is a new body, he's okay.
Yeah, it specifically
Yep.
says that the body was
I did
destroyed.
go back. Yeah, I did go back and forth on that. Like, is the curse to his spirit that it would be any body he inhabited would then get warped and changed? But the curse is specifically to the body. So if you like body jumped into like your simulacrum or something like that, I guess you could somehow get away from the curse. So, all right, you guys get a long rest.
Hell yeah.
Before Barnabas would go to sleep, he'd go out on the porch, smoke a cigarette, put one in his ring, and thank his patron for getting him here.
All right, I need Orion and Layla to give me new charisma saving throws.
How many fanspirations do we have?
You have 3.
I think I'll take one of those.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working now.
There you are.
All right. I do have some DM inspirations from doing recaps, so I think I'll use one of those.
Oh, all right, Orion. When you wake in the morning, your body has healed.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God. He's no longer a gremlin.
I think that night, Orion's usually not one to kind of sleep indoors and stuff like that, but I think he definitely would have gone outside to sleep.
Okay. Oh, let me check the calendar for moonlight. Okay. As you are settling in, it is already nighttime. You sort of look over all the things that you found, maybe even the little cornhusk doll. You see that when it is exposed to the moonlight, it begins to animate and does a slow little truffle shuffle.
Aww.
And that's it. That's all it does. So
I think he'll watch that as it dances, and then he'll fall asleep.
and then he falls asleep. Okay. Yep.
The one bit of
All right.
comfort that he's had today.
In the warm Snorlax folds of Claude's fuzzy belly, you undergo a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man-esque transformation from Uggo to
I was
adorable.
gonna say a Disney princess
wait.
transformation.
Yeah, true. Do we have a roll from Layla?
Did it not come through? Do you mind to re-roll then? Because I'm reloading Foundry, and if you'll roll for me, I think my Foundry froze.
A big responsibility. Here we go.
I'm using DM inspiration, so
All right, using a point of DM inspiration. Okay.
Yep. For my little recaps.
Okay.
Yeah, this is taking forever
looks
to
good.
reload.
All right. You also wake restored.
Oh, thank God.
All right. Morning comes, and you guys have the day ahead of you.
Can I active craft during that long rest?
If you want, yeah.
We'll make a big thing of it, but I'm gonna do Orion's scimitar as a apology for getting him into that mess.
Okay.
You're quite alright. You don't have to do that.
You keep blaming yourself for this. We all made the
We
decision
all
together.
have
bro.
forgiven you.
I know. Barnabas does not forgive himself.
Oh, that hurts.
Would it be possible for Ryan to have talked with Layla on the whole harvesting kit thing for training?
Oh, I can train you in harvesting kit too.
Or that too.
If you're training people, then you're not going to have time to be doing crafting.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's exciting, but there's only so much time in the day. This is what drives wizards to become liches and stuff like that. They want all the time. They want all the time.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Artificer Lich. That's got to be a thing. Someone's got to have already made that. All right. So you guys wake up. Tavern is busy. It's bustling. People are all off doing stuff. Some people are in there having breakfast. The family that you guys saved is there. They're having breakfast, trying to figure out their next move. All right.
Guy,
So
maybe
we-
you could go tell them to put in a good word for us.
Of course. Guy has a spring to his step as he comes down because god damn it, he needed the rest after getting hit once by Firmorgan. And we'll come on down and he'll swing, and of course he'll shout out to the tavern as he comes on in, announcing his presence as usual for the morning songs for Kellen as well, to know that he's doing his work as promised. The aforementioned acclaimed and affamed encore, and he'll go down and he'll sing, he'll perform with Geezer, and he will talk with Bo, Frankie, Samara, and Engelbert, as well as the dwarves, and introduce them around, get them well acquainted. And I mean, I don't want to say family and family trauma, but like setting the dwarves beside the human family that had trauma, maybe they can start making some human friends.
Okay, I mean, this dude, the Bright Coin, he's very outgoing and pretty charismatic, and as lifetime, merchants, all in lifetime merchants, they have to be very what's a good way to put it?
God.
Yeah, he's just a very gregarious, very open person. Oh my God, what
Why
happened?
did he just
Why'd you
explode?
kill yourself?
I don't know. I'm literally looking at Caden over here, and then he just died out of nowhere.
Okay, man, whatever you had for breakfast, no one else
It's like
wants
I'm
that.
at the front of like a Gallagher show, and just everything just sprays the front row.
I saw that. Oh man.
So Kagan sits here. He turns and introduces himself to these people, and they're eating breakfast and all that. And this family, they just look very haunted still after what they've lived through and endured. And so it's one of those like polite, like, oh, another family has sat down and the dad person is talking to us, and then polite talk back, and then seeing that these guys are pretty shut down and shut off, Caden just kind of turns back to his family, and they start having idle conversation as well.
Can Guy facilitate between them a little bit?
Oh yeah, sure. If you feel like that'd help. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he would, he
Okay.
would do. Kind of introduce the ReMIX to the kids.
Okay.
And
Okay.
If your kids become friends with other kids,
Mhm.
then by law the parents must speak to each other.
All right. So you kind of make some suggestions that it's a beautiful morning, blah 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 blah. Did you guys know there's a stables kind of thing, which this particular inn doesn't have a stables, but it's got a garden. And there's a donkey out here. Did you stay here the night, Thamlin, or would you have gone back to your house and then gone to work?
Back to house. Then instead of going to work, he would, for the first time, skip it. Pay a visit to
He
the
plays
Okay.
hooky.
Playing hooky.
All right. So
No.
Remus
is
says,
bewildered.
He says, Dad, can I go with these giant children and see that strange horse?
and Caden looks at the strange horse warily. Says,
Aye, but keep your dagger handy.
and so the children rush
No,
outside.
I threw Claude over there to also distract them.
Yeah, Claude feels really left out because they all ran to play with this donkey. Sorry, a horse instead.
I think he's just watching from the window, just staring at the horse named Donkey.
family is going to walk up to
Yeah.
Claude and
He
just
starts
blow his
dancing
head.
around. Yeah, eats a sunflower, spits the seeds out. He's doing all his party tricks. So,
Don't worry, Claude. You still have me.
all right.
And remember, kids, never stand in front of a judge or behind a donkey. And he goes back inside after he's made friends.
All right. All four parents realize that this is something that the children desperately needed, and soon the sounds of laughter and disgusted laughter as a horse named Donkey shows them how he could fire poop out of his butt at a distance of up to 15 feet. And then cheers and more laughter. Samara says,
This is just what the children needed. Thank you.
And then Nelu introduces herself and says,
These are hard times, but it's good to see that the kids can bounce back so quickly.
and they all kind of like share like a quiet nod. And then Samara says, I fear these dark times are only beginning. I hope that for the future of these children and all the others can be sorted out. And she looks at her husband, and he just has this like 100-yard stare, and he just kind of nods. Yeah.
I think Orion will just pat him on the shoulder, just to reassure him.
Family's going to walk up to the old dwarf.
Yeah.
If it helps, why don't you stay for the festival? You and your family can enjoy something good.
Caden says, I might just do that. Gonna have to buy some new supplies. Anyways, destroyed my wagon, killed my oxen, and took all my goods, so set back quite a bit.
I think if I could put in a good word to let you acquire those materials without having to pay forward anything. You've been through some rough times, you and your family.
And I cannot take any sort of handout. These are the dangers of the road, so I'm prepared to deal with them. A good businessman sets aside for a rainy day. And most assuredly, we have been rained on, but I appreciate the offer.
Barnabas might wander up to add in. If you're looking to get new supplies, new cart, I could build you a cart in 2 days for a steal.
Oh, you think you could build a cart in 2 days, huh? That's almost supernaturally fast.
I'm quite the crafty man.
You already done so much for me, but as long as you let me pay you, suppose that I could allow it. I will have to inspect it, though. A cart made that quick, you know.
I can build it to your specifications.
Now I'm intrigued. I'd like to see this happen. Oh, when can you get started on it? I know you have some business left unfinished with a certain small giant druid.
Yes, well, I'll get to it in the little moments between the day.
Nelu says, we weren't expected back for several months from the Northlands. This might be a fine time to take a bit of a vacation. Let the boy learn of his neighbors. Take in this festival and see what good we can do to help these people. And Caden looks at his wife, and you see tears welling in his eyeballs because he loved her so much. He says, aye. That'd be good.
Oh my gods, Layla, is that you?
Yeah, Sasha cheers and says, yes, my prayers were answered!
Layla, look at you. You have hands that I wouldn't mind getting stuck down my throat.
She looks at him. She blinks twice. She blinks 2 more times. Goes, you know, you better be careful, or I will take you up on that.
Don't worry, it wasn't that rough with the widow. Oh, he turns around.
You see,
Yes,
she has updated her info that guy likes hands down the throat. That's been added to the to her AI skill.
We had a rather nice sleep. And it turns out, well, I mean, Orion and I were doing a lot of training, and thankfully we both mended it back. I guess the magic isn't permanent, thankfully. It wasn't exactly the most painless process to turn back, but I'm just never thought I'd be so glad to have all these old scars on my skin again. It doesn't feel like it hurts to move. My hip's in the right place. And I'm somehow less bony, she says while poking at her very bony body.
I personally wanted to thank the both of you. I may have drawn their attention with my beautiful charm, my undeniable looks, and my chiseled jawline. But you both took the brunt of their eye.
In hindsight, we probably should have used you drawing their ire to escape, but, you know, my thought line was, we'll get down to one of them and then make a break for it. Didn't really have the time after that happened.
Oh, what are you talking about? We meant to get captured, right?
Thanos
No.
crosses his arms.
But it worked out, and we're alive, miraculously. So we should thank our blessings.
That's right, didn't we have 3 days before meeting Rogulnar?
Also,
like-
it's much easier to talk again. Felt like I had a bump in my throat the last day.
I think that was
Goodness.
your kidney somehow.
I
Oh,
would
God.
not be surprised. I would not recommend getting struck by one of those beams. It was most unpleasant.
It really sucked.
It did really suck.
Oh, you guys hear this old man and this boy that frequently come in here together and look very, very related. And he has previously congratulated you on your heroics in like a very gruff old man who doesn't talk much kind of way. He says to would-be mage, he says,
You see that family over there? Both of them. That's also being a hero, boy. It's about the people. If you forget what it's all for, you stop being a hero. Remember that. Now eat your eggs.
I heard that.
So much wisdom.
all right. Visera drops second breakfast platter down. It's just loaded with breakfast potatoes, scrambled eggs, cheese, fruit, all that kind of stuff. Fresh tankard of chilled water, fresh tankard of wine.
They will go over and put a hand on Sasha's shoulder and go, "Thanks for your prayer. It may have done something. Not sure, but I'm back to normal, so I appreciate you at least having the gusto resolve to seek out whatever in hopes. Thanks."
Yeah, she beams under your praise. Says, just trying to help.
I slide a masterwork scimitar across the table to Orion, and this thing has removed the light property, so it's a little big, but he can handle it, and so it deals a d8. It's versatile, it's throwable, it's aerodynamic, and it can trip stuff.
Oh shit. You're gonna have to give me that laundry list of stuff.
I'll send it to you later.
Alright.
Oh, dude, shit! I had to change when he gave me the fucking the sword. Oh man, it's crazy what he can do with that shit.
You never cease to amaze me, Barnabas.
Well, it's the least I can do, and hopefully if we ever square up against Fomorians again, it will serve to protect you better.
Yeah, I would like to have a talk with them.
Next time, we're gonna go you up before we go. That
I'm
seemed
not
to
sure
work out
having a
pretty well.
talk with them did much, so maybe the not
Oh,
talk
I
with
mean
them is
talking
better
with
next
the lady,
time.
because those guys were assholes, like Work said.
So Mina clears her throat and says, I appreciate being rescued, and the dwarf family appreciates it too, I'm sure. But what I want to know is, what are you going to do about Warkrona? Is this, I mean, he's still out there. You're going to meet with him? And to what end? Are you going to get all of our things returned? Is he going to face justice?
I think so. Law without justice is a wound without a cure. But first, he's confused. He's being led astray. The true lord behind all of this, I think, is still hidden. But if we can use his resources, have everything returned, and save this town from a future that might mean its destruction, I think that's a better end and justice.
Not to share too much information while we're here in the public, but we kind of already know who he's working for.
Yes.
I'm not sure we want to entangle ourselves with that, but at the same time, I think his aid would be invaluable.
I agree. The good old GL, you know?
So a temporary alliance, then.
We just might have to break the sway of his mostly unknown master.
As you've seen, I'm quite well at that. Calming people down, getting them in their own headspace. I'll do my best for you all.
Mina said, "You're gonna have to calm me down in my headspace, because if I don't get my stuff back, I'm ruined. Everything that my husband and I owned was in that cart. We were banking everything on this most recent run. Nobody was brave enough to do the North Road, so we were gonna go make it rich. I am in so much money to Yormel. Most of the goods stolen were his.
Yormel.
My dear, you won't have to worry about that. Stick around us, and we'll take care of it.
He is someone that we've spoken with.
All right. Mina, and then Sasha says, Sasha. And then Mina says, all right. And then moves into Guy's space.
I think that we should do something about Yormel. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Guy?
No, Guy was gonna say, all you have to do is hide out for 3 days when we make the meeting. I'll pay for your room, Mina. No worries.
She smiles and gives you a kiss on the cheek.
In public?
Mm-hmm.
This is moving.
And Guy will look at Barnabas.
Barnabas smirks.
All right. What is the plan now?
But I think you're right, Barnabas. We do need to have a talk with Yormel. His name does keep coming up quite a bit.
And when we say talk, we mean like talk with Fomorians.
I mean, he's someone well known in the town. Maybe not the same kind of talk, but we do need to figure out something with him.
There's a loose end in this that I would like to tug on before we go to him. What is the other warehouse? It's Gendar's warehouse, I believe. Gendar's?
Gendar's, yep.
Yep. I'd like to talk to him before we talk to Yormel, because it's obvious that Yormel also has it out for this guy, and he might offer us some information, or, you know, maybe offer us a lead that could help us in some way. Or maybe even pay us to deal with it, to deal with his rival.
Oh.
Yes, I came back
So
from...
remember, we have about 2 days before we need to mobilize and head west. So we need to make the most of these.
Very true.
All right. Should I take you guys to the map of the town?
I wanted to have a quick conversation with the dwarf real quick.
Okay. All right. Kaden and Nelu see you approach, and they nod warmly and motion to the chair.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are feeling a little more safe, I hope, better.
Not our first time dealing with bandits on the road, but definitely my first time being, that scared.
He looks out the open front doors at the children running around.
When you have more to lose, everything has a bit more value, doesn't it? Anyways, can't thank you enough for what you've done. Didn't have to turn away and take us from there. More bloodthirsty mercenary types would have gone, finished the job on Warkle. Me and my family is safety be damned, but thank you.
You're welcome. It was the right thing to do. He takes a sip of like a water cup or a coffee that's nearby, and orders something. I was wondering, I've learned a little bit about you, and you've traveled quite a lot.
Oh, yes.
I was wondering if you might know anything about family members I'm looking for.
Ooh, what information do you have?
The last name is Bandit.
Bandin. I've met a few human bandins in my time.
It seems we proliferate quite across the the plains here.
Oh, no
But,
offense, but that's sort of the superpower of the human species, from what we could tell. You're like rabbits.
he smirks.
Is there a particular bandit you're looking for, asking about?
Well, there's me, Junt, but you've just met me. One second here, I'm trying to think who he would go for. Because it wouldn't be the person he would ask about wouldn't actually have the bandit last name. He thinks his like actual family probably isn't around. I don't think I ever submitted a list of his family members' names to you, so I'll do that.
Okay.
Give me one sec. What's about Kathy? Kathy Bandit. It's spelled C-A-T-H-I.
The bandit. What trade was she in?
She was a farmer. Close to Goldfields.
Oh.
He looks at his wife Nelu, and she says, there was just outside of Golden Fields, I think there was a homestead owned by the Bandit family. Does that sound right?
Prosperous.
Yeah.
He looks.
Brave folk that living that far out from settlement.
What do you know about them?
Oof. Kathy. Didn't she die, Ken? Well, she was so old. I think. Is Kathy your mother?
Yeah.
Yeah. Caden says, "Oh, I think I recall now. When we was traveling from Prosser to Hillwatch, we shed camp on the road. They were taking crops north to Prosser. I remember because coming north along Prosser Road, you normally only see halflings. So, seems strange that there was some humans. We shared a camp. She seemed like a very sweet woman, but a bit haunted. But yeah, she was going on in the years. Is she your grandmother or great-grandmother?
My mom, yeah.
Oh, how fortunate to have such a to have a baby so late in life.
He looks puzzled for a minute and is trying to. He had like a little like he's doing geography and math in his head, but he's not very good at it.
And Nelu says, I don't know too much about humans, but I mean, they are pretty fertile. I suppose a human woman could have kids in their 60s. Is that the thing humans could do? I mean, you're what, 20-something?
About that, yeah. 28.
Oh, yeah. This woman, Kathy, she was very old. If she was truly a mother, then nah, that's impossible. Maybe we have it mixed up then. Pale skin, there were still a bit of dark streaks in her grey hair. About tall for a human woman, almost 6 feet, lean, but muscled still, back straight. You don't see that much in those who till the land and live that old. Old. Sorry. Just seems silly to call someone who's 80 old.
And so she's still around?
I wouldn't imagine.
How long ago was this, you said?
Oh, when were we last out there that we saw her? And then Caden says, it's at least 2 years back. I suppose, I suppose if old age has taken her, or the gnolls, I mean, yeah, sure, she's still working the land. Is she your adopted mother, then? I do see some resemblance there. Maybe your grandmother adopted you, and you just kind of thought that was natural.
He nods, the bangs of his hair kind of covering his eyes. Thank you.
Sure. I hope we didn't make things worse.
No, I appreciate the information. Thank you. It's the first I've learned in weeks. Enjoy your breakfast. And he gets up, putting his left hand on the exact same spot, on the exact same table, in the exact same chair that he's asked this question 3 times, and finally has something, and moves back to his friends.
Do we notice a change in his demeanor?
Yeah. Sure, do I mistake a smile?
No, it's... yeah. I learned some information. But we have other things on our plate to deal with. We have 2 days, right?
Yes.
So how do we want to prepare? He sits up straight and just eats his emotions with breakfast.
Well, off the cuff, trying to convince Wakanal that we're on his side. Maybe convincing the wizard that he should come along. Maybe getting some guards as backup in case things go sour. And
Maybe Averthel.
maybe... Go ahead.
Maybe Averthel would join us. He's a druid after all. Maybe they.
I think he's
common ground.
occupied with the Hydra, from what I remember last time we left the town.
Right.
He's probably still dealing with that, so... If we want their aid, we probably need to go help out there at some
Well, I
point.
think she's.
Once this walk-on-all situation is closed down and over with.
Could we kill the Hydra within the 2-day span?
I think we'd spend a lot of it journeying up and back down. We'd find ourselves... That's what? Well... It's north of where we need to go. I don't know. I feel like that would be all we could do. If we want to set up and get there early.
That's probably wise.
And it's a bit of a hike to get to the ruins.
We'd be pushing it.
Right.
So why don't we focus
and
on
remember,
things we can do from within the city?
Your druid weather report, so you can plan around that as well.
Oh yes, here, I'll check my green screen.
Today it's clear but very hot, high of 93, and with light wind. Tomorrow it's going to be clear, but what happens the day after that? Let's find out. Thank goodness for the Druidcraft cantrip.
Well, I only know tomorrow, so yeah.
Thank goodness
Well, I have
for
to
the
wait.
for the patched Druid cantrip. There we go. Oh my goodness, it's just going to be cloudy and hot
Okay.
on April
So-
23rd.
Clear days for travel, so we should be able to make good pace.
So yeah, we should go reconvene with Werg and Dobby and set up.
God, that's hot. 93 degrees when you got armor on and everything. Ugh. Ugh.
Environmental armor. I'm fresh as a daisy.
You had mentioned doing something with some sort of warehouse in town. We want to try to cram that in, or just focus on Wakanal? I mean, we do have 2 days. I think it would only take a day to... 3 days, really. I'm just saying 2 days. We have the one of travel. 1 day to set things up and request allies, and 1 day to maybe investigate this merchant situation.
Sounds good to me.
How convincing?
Sasha, do you wish to come with us and see how we actually do things?
Yeah,
I think you have an idea, but maybe you should see the reality before
I'd
you
love
decide
that.
you really want to pitch in with us.
I'm ready.
Hope so. Is no mere prospect to trifle with. You saw what happened to Layla. Day before that, we had worms in our skin. But I think you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean you had worms?
Oh,
Don't worry about that.
there was a whole thing at the cemetery.
It's dealt with.
Man, I have missed a lot.
And man, we have missed you.
Oh, thank you, Orion. And Thalan would just like shoulder hug
How's
him.
Barnabas?
Barnabas gives him a confused
Damn
look.
it!
It's okay.
It's fine. We can fill you in as we walk.
All us small people look the same to you. I get it.
Ugh.
Dang. All right. So you guys head back to the town map. All right.
Roll the map out. Let's strategize.
Oh,
Oh,
there
you,
is
want
someone,
you want the regional map or the town map?
there's someone that we absolutely must talk to, which is Moreland the Smithy, because that is obviously a point of great interest to Warkelma, his cold iron weapons. Yeah. We should be prepared to protect him and also maybe do some deals with him.
All right. So you're gonna go head over to Moreland. All right.
Thalan would stop by to see Serana and just request more guard station around the outskirts of Drellin, just to be on the safe side.
All right. Okay. All right. She looks at you plainly and says, because you're detouring from there, you're gonna like catch up with them at the smithy, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. She wants to know. So you're not coming to work today?
Something had came up. It needed my immediate attention.
Mm.
Sorry about
So
that.
your something that came up is your adventuring friends. Thanlin, you're going to need to choose. If you wish to follow that life and that path, then you need to give it your all. But if you're going to help me manage this town and keep it safe, I'm going to need you to be fully committed to that.
I understand the concern. Truly, I do. I
You
love
can.
Drellin's Ferry, and I love his people.
Mm,
And I would do all I can to protect them. But I also do have my commitments to the group that I'm with currently. I've grown to like them, and I dare say I'd be saddened if I didn't offer my contribution to their endeavors.
is this your choice then?
Thalan just like rubs his hair a bit, avoiding eye
We
contact.
discussed this. I promoted you to assistant guard captain because I knew you could do it, and I trusted you more than anyone else. But I need someone to help me that can be committed, give it everything they have. I can't turn around and you're gone because the call of adventure finally lured you away. I need someone reliable, Thanlin.
I understand that, Serana, and he looks her deeply in the eyes. But a knight's duty is to those who request aid of them. And above all else, I honor that commitment I made long ago.
I
I will
mean,
help them.
you made a commitment to the town of Drellin's Ferry when you took the job of guard, but I think that you could do more good with them. Maybe temper some of their more larcenous inclinations. As far as bolstering defenses, we're stretched thin, and you know this. I have sent word to the Red Lions, and a representative should be arriving from Brindle in the coming days, trying to discuss having additional troops sent from Brindle to bolster our forces. We'll see how that goes.
In your opinion, Captain, do you think they'll follow through?
I hope so. Stanlin, I think the town's in trouble. I think about what you and your allies uncovered, and I think about the different events that have led us to where we are right now, and I am afeared for the people, for the town.
Hold on to that fear. It'll keep you on your feet, make you more cautious of what goes on around you. That way you can better prepare yourself for what may yet come. As of right now, me and my companions will do all we can to help pave the way forward for Drellin's Ferry.
She nods to you, and she says, this is your decision then. You are dismissed from the town guard of Drellin's Ferry.
It's been a pleasure serving you.
It's been a pleasure serving alongside you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Serana. But hey, now that I'm no longer a guard...
She blushes, and then says, I have things that must be attended to. Goodbye. And she ushers you out of her office and closes the door.
Just think about it!
Nice way to slide it in.
Look, it was the
Alright.
only obstacle in my way, okay?
Oh man.
All right, so you guys are going to arrive at the blacksmith. Let's see. What is this? Okay.
He is not going to be happy to see us
Yeah, probably not.
empty-handed.
I mean, you don't have to do what this
we
guy
never
says.
gave a timetable, did we?
But he will expect.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So, we're just gonna theater of the mind this one. But it's a nice open air smithy as you guys approach. And let me grab some nice background music here.
And I got a little sad watching that. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
there's like so many innuendos. Are they breaking up right now? But no, it's only the beginning.
No
This is a
longer
good one.
tethered by duty. The love can blossom.
Ah, yes, untied.
Love is a journey. You'll reach your destination eventually.
All right. So you arrive at location 5, which is Cole Hewer's smithy. And he and his adopted daughter, it is hot AF today. So they are at this hour. Let's see. We'll say that you woke up, got ready, had a long breakfast, talked to NPCs, meandered your way over. So it's about 11 a.m. They are just now setting down the tongs and hammers and cracking open a cold one in the shade. They're not actually cracking it open, but they are enjoying some cold brews and sandwiches when you show up. Morland looks up at you guys and says,
Oh, there you are. I don't suppose you reconsidered my offer or considered it harder, did you? You never came by to pick up my girl here. go get the you-know-what from the you-know-where.
And Jocelyn waves at all of you guys. It's kind of a I'm holding a tankard-like wave and a sandwich in my other hand, and keeps eating the sandwich.
The pinky and ring finger kind of wave.
Yeah, I guess so. And he says,
Well, I hope you're bringing some good news for me.
We're certainly still considering your proposal, and we have been very busy with all of the events happening in town. If you didn't notice, we showed up with some rescued prisoners last night, so we have been busy.
You know, I'm gonna put it out there. I go to bed at night. So I don't know what you got up to last night.
Ever met
Well, you'll be
Caden
here.
Brightcoin?
Oh, Brightcoin. What a fella. Oh, woof, what a life. To have lived such an exciting life. Oh, not that mine wasn't full of heroics and all sorts of craziness in my youth, but Brightcoin, wow, what a guy.
We rescued him, and Barnabas is now under his employ.
Oh,
Isn't
One
that
of my
right,
many.
Barnabas?
One of my many jobs.
how am I supposed to compete with that then? You didn't sell me out, did you?
No, certainly not.
Oh, okay.
That's very valuable information that we would not part with easily.
That's
And-
good, because if I found out that you let anybody know about the information I gave you, I would blacklist you for the rest of my days. I would never help you with anything ever.
We would definitely not want that.
I'd drag your names through the muddiest streets I could find. Piles of steaming horse shit.
Jocelyn spits a little bit of her sandwich out and says, Dad.
And he says, oh, whatever. So you were saying?
So we were saying, we investigated into the bandits up north, and we found that they were trying to produce cold iron weapons.
That's weird. Must be planning some kind of civil war against the elves.
Perhaps.
Incorrect.
Huh. Well, maybe they just get tired of being pushed around by all the creatures living in the Witchwood. Wouldn't hurt to have some, nasty weapons.
Barnabas?
Yes, we are definitely interested as well in the cold iron, because Fae have become a unruly issue for all of the citizens of Drellin's Ferry, but
They always have been.
yeah. I forgot where I was going with this. Someone help me, guy!
See, we had a run-in with the Fomorians while we were able to take down one. Unfortunately, we needed a little bit more juice. We've seen what's in the Witchwood, and there's more of them attacking on the town. If you could teach Barnabas how to make cold iron so we can do it along the way, or at least start making some for us, we can defend your forge, your daughter, and Drellin's Ferry better.
he smirks and he says,
I like how you take one of the greatest, most ancient crafts of my people. People who live for centuries and spend at least one of those centuries mastering our crafts. And you think that I'm going to take this small wee boy and I'm going to turn him into a dwarven master smith in a very short amount of time.
I'm already quite the talented smith, and I gesture to the weapons being held by Jurt and Orion.
Yeah, I unsheath it, it uncollapses and forms like a hook, like a grapple, and then goes straight, and then it recollapses into a hilt.
Jocelyn goes, very cool,
I'll
very
just
cool.
toss mine at a tree. It curves around the tree. It returns back to my hand.
Moreland looks horrified, like a weapons purist fighting people in an online forum that a longsword never really existed historically. He says,
I can't argue with the craftsmanship, but what an ostentatious use of materials. Why would you ever want to throw a sword? What if it came back and it killed you?
Gotcha.
Well, yeah. Well, you only give them to people talented enough to handle them.
Oh, well, that seems like a pretty specialized way of doing things. How are you going to outfit an army if you give them a bunch of weird what are those things called? Boomerangs.
Good point. I haven't come up with a good name for it yet, but it's a work in progress. But I can tailor things to
Jocelyn says,
people's.
Dad, I think a wang is a dick.
He says, well, it kind of looks like one. Look at it, it's all curved in. I
Dirt
don't
sword
know.
definitely looks like a wang because it's like bludgeoning damage. It's from the old troll claw. Definitely a little bit.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit. But there is one other piece of business. We have someone in custody. I don't know what the fate of that dwarf is. What's his name again? The criminal dwarf? I don't have it on my notes. Again. Yeah, so we did take this man into custody from the bandits' fort, and he was previously the one trying to arm the bandits with cold iron weapons. But we think a good penance for him might be to help create arms for the people of Drellin's Ferry. I'm stumbling over my words. And I was wondering if perhaps you might be able to reel him in and oversee him in this procedure.
He just stares at you because you've said so many words in such a short amount of time that he's sort of like disassociating now.
Yeah.
Jocelyn like elbows him and he says,
Who's Ugin?
Well, if you don't know him, he's supposedly a very wanted dwarvish criminal, but we think that he should pay a penance by helping the town.
Umig.
Umig.
Stormsteel.
Stormsteel, that's his name.
and he spits a wad.
But wouldn't you get some great satisfaction out of bossing him around and making him do your work?
No, he's a murderer, and he's insurrectionist. He's all sorts of bad things. He gives
Insurrectionist.
Aye.
That's the story we haven't heard.
Oh yeah. He tried to lead a rebellion against the king. Claimed that Ulthric Hammerfist was going to be the end of the dwarven race. That he needed to be dethroned.
What do you
So-
think about
Okay.
the dwarf's position? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, you.
Oh, what?
What do you think about the dwarf's position, the king?
I think King Ulthric Hammerfist is
He looks left and he looks right.
Oh, I think he's a right bastard. I think there's a reason I came to retire here amongst humans. It wasn't so that I could leverage my heritage to get better, business.
Then why do you have a problem with a man who wanted to lead a rebellion against him?
Well, it's not what you do. You follow the law of the land. If you aren't happy, you leave. You don't go and rile everyone up. We don't need a civil war. All them dwarves dying for what? So that some other asshole can go sit on the throne.
Maybe
And
it
what
was more
an
than that.
asshole he would have been when he got banished. Did he try and make a difference? No. He turned into a bandit lord. A terrorist.
No, I'm not saying this is how it was, because I don't know him. But imagine for a moment that the culture you grew up in is splintering, fracturing, because the man who sits on the throne, right, and the people that you try to ally yourself with, because they have a similar mind as you, do everything they can through the legal system and nothing changes. Your only choice is rebellion, and then when you do that, you're shunned and ousted from your community.
There is a potential here, though, Dirt. This other person that we've saved, already in good leagues with the king. This man tried to lead a rebellion. Imagine how much opposition with the dwarves would strengthen. We brought this man into that king in chains.
There you go. Turn him in. Make him face dwarven law.
There are many ways to handle this. Like I said, I'm not sure that's how it was, but it could be. And so it might be worth considering his position.
I understand, and I don't see, I will say this openly. Dwarves and druids, we do not see eye to eye. But, looking into the future, I have no doubt that their
dwarves and
weapons
your
smiths.
druids.
Most druids. Say the majority. But the point is, even with our differences, we could use your smiths and your warriors in the days to come. We could use your king's favor.
The days to come, are you giving in to them rumors and gossip mongering?
Perhaps I am. It does not ever hurt to have a friend, especially with another kingdom. So mighty, right? I say with like a shit-eating grin.
Well, I have no interest in Umegs being anywhere near me or mine. So yeah, tell them, if they're asking, that he should be shipped right back to the Dwarven Holes. Face Dwarven justice. You can ask Brightcoin, they'll tell you the same. Heck, even Tharma, down the road, Yaskar, she knows of his treachery.
Why don't we figure out what we're doing with him with the Malcolm now before committing? Close?
Yeah, get my hopes up. I thought you brought me what I asked for. Unreliable.
I'm not sure if unreliable is a word for it. I think the treasure that you seek, we value bright coin and those that we rescued a little bit higher than that.
If you had to choose between Brightcoin and the loot, then I'm glad you chose Brightcoin. I didn't know the circumstances.
That is. Perhaps in the future we can collect it, and when we choose to, we will come and retrieve Jocelyn here.
No, if you haven't got it by now, it's likely the elves got the slimy little fingers on it.
Do you have anything else for Northern Barnabas?
I would strongly ask you to reconsider teaching me, but otherwise, no. And, yeah. Simply do a little bow nod to Jocelyn on my way out, and I inspect their wares. They make good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Truly master craftsman.
He is able to. Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that retired here after a life of crafting and whatnot. So, yeah. And the thing about cold iron weapons is they're not even that expensive to make. They're just very, very hard to make. Is the problem? Yeah.
So I guess
it is rumored that he is a forged cleric of Morden as well, in addition to, like, other whispered stories of his past.
Yeah, my closing statement with him would be that Warkelnaw definitely knows that you are the only person capable of making these weapons, and he seems driven to acquire them. And I truly ask that you be careful, that you watch out for yourself and your daughter here, and if you ever need assistance, that you call on us, because we will come to your aid.
There. The best aid, then, would be for you to go crush the skull of that pesky giant, then.
Yeah, that would solve some problems, but we're exploring all avenues of possibility.
I appreciate the heads up, and we'll keep an eye out.
And think about taking on another student. I see you've done wonders to teach this one here, and I would very much love to know the art of the dwarves, for I do respect your people. You are very talented and stoic sort.
You're a bit too chatty for my liking. I can't imagine spending the next 40 years teaching you my trade.
I'm a quick learner. We can probably shave that down.
Okay. Once again, he seems super insulted that you would diminish his life's work in such a way.
Oh my god.
You gotta be careful about video game thinking and actual, like, reality. These NPCs are thought constructs living in a real world where shit takes time and effort. One of the things that NPCs hate the most about adventurers is that you guys are literally cheating and playing on easy mode. Does not ever go over well with them.
I sold my soul for these bennies.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that would make him feel. I think that might make him feel even worse about the situation.
It's
Yeah.
my devotion to the craft. I gave everything.
Could I request some better armor from you, Morlin?
What are you looking for?
Something a bit more sturdy. Should have fight against, well, giants break out.
You need to keep it light and mobile, or are you looking for something heavy? Something in between?
Something heavy.
He smiles, as does Jocelyn, at the idea of a plate mail mousekin. He says,
Wait. Not. This is Thanlin.
Yeah. Oh, Thanlin. Sorry. So Thanlin, um, he eyes you up and down, and he says, "Oh, how much of an upgrade are you looking for? How much are you looking to spend?"
He goes into his little coin pouch, jingle a little bit, realizes there's nothing really left. Perhaps a loan?
He looks extremely dour when you ask for a loan.
Yeah, we're poor adventurers.
Look, Morlin, as we discussed, Walker is sending his worst for you. You know how to make the cold iron. Do you want him to make it there, or would you rather have your craft stand in the way?
Jocelyn looks at him, and with a mouthful of food, she swallows and says, "Sure, you were going to send me out into the Witchwood, but you're not going to send a little bit of armor out?" And he blushes a little bit, and he says,
Oh, I didn't say that. I'll just. Well, when you put it like that, I mean, it makes it sound like I think that the armor's worth more than. No, what I was gonna send you because you're so capable. The armor can't do as much as you. Fine, here. Best I
Sure.
could do for you is some half plate.
Jurt nods and thanks to Jocelyn.
Thanlin
she gives you a wink.
Thanlin gives Jocelyn a thumbs up. Like, thank you so much.
All right, he is willing to part with some half plates.
One step closer. Thank you.
All right.
Once you get it on, Barnabas, you feel like a tape measure go around your leg. Barnabas is like measuring you, writing down notes, looking you over.
All right. So suited up in this half plate, Moreland says,
I will be expecting my payments. Let's say 30 days time. If you're really gonna make a run in this adventuring career, boy, if you ain't rich in 30 days, you're doing it wrong.
and he smiles at you.
How many days in are we? We're not doing great.
Oh God, you're right.
You're doing great. What are you
We've been
talking
together
about?
for like 2 weeks, I
We're
think.
below 100 gold
Yeah.
now.
I mean, it's 30 days from this date, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly.
We still got some time.
He says, girl, write that down on the calendar.
And she rolls her eyes and goes over to the wall and is going to record that on May 21st, he wants his goddamn money.
Oh God, I just realized it's worse than my current AC.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Oh man. Okay. You seemed okay with it when he offered it up. Let's
I
see.
thought it'd be better. It's not.
It's a medium armor, unfortunately.
What about
What did you originally
Let's see.
have? Chainmail?
Yeah, yeah, I have chainmail, and I have an AC of 19.
Let's see. Oh, you already had chainmail. Yeah, then I guess he would offer splint mail. He just doesn't want to send you off with 1,500 gold pieces worth of plate mail, TBH. So.
Yeah, no, that would be insane.
Okay.
What if I were to perform a service for you? Lend you my aid since I'm an adventurer now and no longer a guard.
He has a mission in mind for us. And
So if we were to make a real world comparison, and a horse had the value of a car, a suit of plate mail is even more valuable than a car by the standards of the setting, just so the time it takes to build and make and all that kind of stuff. This is a big ask for this guy. I mean, we're talking a difference of 1,300 gold pieces between split mail and plate mail.
Moreland, you know me. Would I ever do you wrong? I have poured my life's duty into defending Drellin's Ferry, despite the numerous occasions the many guards have been lacking. I have certainly made up for it, have I not?
Just kind of stares at you. You may attempt a persuasion check. Yeah, a small house. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Roughly.
Anlin, sell your house.
You're paying for.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, do you actually suggest that?
Oh my god. Where would
Sorry. Sorry.
Well, no. Now that you said it, I'm really thinking about it.
Plate mail is your new
God
house.
damn,
You're
that
gonna
would
live
be.
in it.
That's so poetic too. That's so fucking poetic. Oh man.
Oh, give up my old life for all of this.
Oh man. I don't know if you guys have watched Record of Lotus War, but it's very reminiscent of like the early part of the Lotus War story. Oh man. Wow.
Would he take a? Oh god, his parents will kill him. Would he take the house?
Do you ask him that, or do you pull Jocelyn aside to ask her, or?
I pull Jocelyn aside. To
Okay.
ask her.
Jocelyn says, "Oh, what's up? What's up, Danlin?"
Would you be interested in a well-made, well-kept house with a stable and everything inside?
In your house, kind of small.
Yes, but it is well-kept and
Okay.
well-maintained.
Wow.
Yes, I take my duty very seriously.
You're serious about this offer? You want to trade your house for equipment?
Oh,
If
damn,
you're
why?
serious, I'll talk to the old man. If you're serious.
Just to confirm, this is for the plate mail you're asking for, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Also, he should teach me. What?
Is there something Barnabas wants to say?
He throws a magical tinkering stone towards the back of the group that shouts out, "Also, you should teach Barnabas."
Hell yeah. Peanut gallery tinkering
no.
trick. Yeah, that's amazing.
A house and teach Barnabas.
Jocelyn says, I mean, I'll ask about the house, but he really doesn't like Barnabas at all.
Well,
I mean, if he thinks the house is a fair value, he might be willing to do it. You might even get more out of it than just a suit of armor.
true. And Barnabas, well, he made up his own bed. He can work a way around it, I suppose.
I'm fine. You get you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. The plate armor is the most important thing here. I'm just trying to swindle something.
Yes, I would like to trade my house and my old life for this plate mail.
I don't think he wants your life.
But not the horse named Donkey, right?
No, donkey can. Oh God! Does
You
he-
trade your donkey too? I'm
No.
sorry, your horse?
No, I mean,
Please don't.
no, just the house.
Okay. All right. You're sure? You could be a little wishy-washy
You're
sometimes,
really,
Stanley. No
you're
offense.
really going into this adventuring life, bang the whole house and bar before.
Dad's gonna want this legally written up. You're not gonna be able to just come back and say you want your house back, because he's probably gonna probably sell it or something.
Look,
Uh-huh.
I already partially signed the B team contract for this shit. Okay,
Okay.
I will follow through with it
All
all
right.
the way.
All right. All right, I'll talk to him. Do you need it? You need it today? Give me a couple hours with the old
We have
man.
a cou-
Come
we have a
swing
couple
by in a
of
couple
days.
hours.
Yeah.
All right.
Certainly.
Okay.
But
Oh,
my
wait, hold on.
horse
How long?
would
Sorry.
be allowed to come and stay by the stables, right? Like, can that also be part of the agreement?
You want a horse? They have to take whoever owns the house has to take care of an unremarkable horse named Donkey. Is that what you're saying?
Unremarkable.
Why is he
Whoa. Don't let him hear you say that.
That's what it's
beautiful.
saying today. That's what it's saying here. Fine,
Oh,
we'll
shit.
change it. I'll change
Oh
it.
shit. He hides bodies. Unremarkable.
Yeah. I pat Thanlin on the leg. I'm like, I'm gonna build the stables at the Old Bridge Inn eventually. We'll take care of Donkey.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do we know how long it's going to take us to get to the place we got to go? Like, because we might have 2 days to get there, right? But like, how long is it going to take us to actually get there?
You could with good travel and you got a ranger, you guys could reach the ruins in a day's travel.
Okay. So we got to leave if we want to be there within like 24-ish hours.
So these two are off discussing the prospect of the Thanlin giving up his house.
And we could deal with the whole normal situation before we head off. Maybe.
Okay.
And we got to convince the wizard.
I can't believe I sold my house for a suit of armor.
I'm so
This is
proud
not
of
even
you.
better than the armor you're wearing. Oh god, dude, it's so good. We gotta like enchant this stuff, make it super good.
I've got it. Don't worry.
Oh,
25 gold. I'm gonna make that armor into something magic.
I gave up my old lifestyle for the adventurous lifestyle.
We've all made sacrifices, Thanlin.
Orion turned ugly for 24 hours.
I also
I think you lost a fate point
lost my
too.
life. But we don't talk about that.
Yeah, in another universe, he got fucking eaten. Like,
And I've lost out on making a lot of money, but here we are.
Houses
Guy-
are overrated anyway. You can just sleep wherever you
That's
wish
true. The
now.
outdoors are pretty nice.
Yeah.
under the stars.
That's right, Thanlin. He claps his shoulder. You can travel the road with me. Now you're home. You know, we can stay at taverns together. With my free rooms, you can defend me day and night. And you can sleep on the floor. You'll always have a home at the floor of my bed.
I'm gonna gut punch Guy so hard.
We're trying to not have.
Luckily, he's wearing. Luckily,
Welcome back, Thanlin.
Ah, it's good to
Art,
see
Art,
you.
luckily he's
he's got scale mail on.
fair enough, fair enough. All right, so you guys are going to talk to Eormel next as you make your way around town.
I thought we were going to Sir Tyrion first.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
probably do that.
All right.
that's more important. That's way more important.
Speaking of protecting me, Thanlin, also good to know that your punch is still good. Well done. New armor, though. We are going to attempt to guilt trip / speak to Sir Tyrion. So please look intimidating behind me as
Also
I try
br-
to draw this wizard out.
Also bring in your pious nonsense. You're great at that.
Yes, that too.
All right. As you arrive at Sir Tyrion's place, it is a very ostentatious manor. It looks very, very fancy. And you kind of make your way through gardens of perfect, like, topiary, animals and monsters and whatnots. And eventually, you reach the front door. Oh, I guess I'll change out the music again. Hold on. We'll just go with town music. All right. So as you arrive, you see that it is it's a big fancy mansion, but it's not. It still kind of has the sort of the vibe of. I grew up in like a halfling kind of culture. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like if the Weasleys made a mansion. Kind of has that vibe to it. From the Harry Potter series. Here is the establishing art for his sort of setup here. All right. So you make your way through those gardens, up the little stairs, up to the door. When you knock upon the door, a face appears at the door. It is sort of a pugnacious, like squat-nosed sort of face, and it says, "Who calls upon the great master?"
Why, hello, Tyrion. Is Sir Tyrion home? It is Guy, his greatest apprentice.
The face just kind of stares at you. A moment, and then it melts back into the door.
You what? He just looks at you like, is this a play or is it?
What do you mean? I named it Tyrion.
About 4-5 minutes goes by, and then the face reappears in the door, and it says, "He doesn't want you in the house. He said to meet you at the gazebo, but be careful not to anger it."
Oh my god.
Very well.
How can the gazebo get angry?
Gazebo mimic?
All right, and then his face kind of melts back into the door, or its face melts back into the door. All right.
Thank you, Tyrion.
You head back into the garden, and you locate a very fine red-roofed gazebo, flowering vines growing up on the supports. There's benches and everything. So it's pretty nice. Little fire pit in the center.
Would you say because his property is magical, it's more beautiful than the rest of the town?
If you're into that sort of aesthetic, it's definitely well maintained. But you don't see any servants.
Writing that down.
Guy will lean against the side of the gazebo and will pull out his lute and begin plucking strings. And you'll sing ancient songs of wizards and magic.
All right. About 15-20 minutes or so goes by. And you see Sir Tyrion walking your way. He is wearing, for lack of any other description, fancy silk pajamas with a bathrobe that is not tied and is kind of flowing behind him like a cape or a robe kind of thing, as the occasional breeze tries to cool down this very, very hot day. He is taking his sweet time. He wears no shoes because he is a traditional halfling in some ways. And he nods at you guys as he approaches. He affectionately pats the gazebo on one of its supports, and you guys feel the structure kind of shift a little bit. And then he turns to all of you and says, "So you're here, and?"
You know, punctuality strengthens confidence and secures respect. A wise guy once told me that. We don't have much time today, but I appreciate you coming down and speaking to us. We wanted to talk to you about Rock'n'All.
I figured. That's why I agreed to meet.
What, you didn't want to teach me more spells?
I don't know if there's really time for that.
You'd be surprised with me. But Rock'n'All we have not encountered yet, but we did rescue all the prisoners that he had. He's working with Fomorians, in Albert, ogres, and the likes. It seems as though he is having his strings pulled by the Ghost Lord, as you suspected, being shown visions of an ancient enemy that is soon to breach into our lands, and that they are dealing banditry so that they may prepare. They think that they are in the right by doing so. Does this sound like what Rock'n'All would do when you knew him as a party mate?
It sounds like something a desperate man doesn't feel like he has a lot of options to do. But only a desperate man would turn to the Ghost Lord for guidance.
Agreed. And that's why we left a note. We captured his forge master, broke down his armory, and we have made to meet with him in 3 days' time at a ruin. We wish for you to come along and attempt to convince him. He is in good intentions still. He wants to protect his people and his land. And we're hoping, with the right words, he can be broken from the Ghost Lord's sway and help Drellin's Ferry.
You believe the town is in danger, and you want to draw me away from it when it most needs defense, so that your job can be easier.
He seems to think it's in danger. He's paranoid. He's trying to fortify his defenses. He's so afraid of something.
Yes, well, as you might recall, only a few days ago, you set us about the task of fortifying the town's defenses, seeking out and finding additional redcap spores, a laundry list of defensive things that need to be taken care of. But we should stop all those actions. I should come with you now.
Jurt looks him up and down. He's wearing a bathrobe, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what did they have you doing?
I've been looking for the spores. They only show up into the moonlight. I got to rest to get my magical energies recharged.
I'm gonna roll an insight. Is he actually doing his job?
Same here.
Yeah, give me an insight, sure.
I'm gonna use Intrepid, my once a day advantage, to have advantage on that.
Okay. You guys did really well. He seems, to be told the truth, he seems pretty confident that, yeah, I've been up late looking for the presence of Fae stuff.
All right, Jurt just nods.
He gives you a slight smile and he says, "It's very hot. Does anyone mind a drink?"
No, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
He approaches the fire pit and says some words over it. And instead of being full of fire, suddenly it is full of ice. And then in the ice are clay decanters of drinks and clay cups that have been cooling in the ice this whole time. Or it would seem so based on their temperature. And he pours himself a drink and kind of offers you guys access to.
Barnabas is genuinely amazed, which is not common.
Some powerful magic.
It's a modification of the alchemist jug.
I thought, okay, player me was like, that's kind of cool. It's like an alchemy jug, isn't it?
Yep.
It's like, awesome, dude.
And he says, "Well, I don't think that I should go with you. I think that I will open old wounds in a man that has already been pushed too far."
Well, then, can you perhaps give us some insight into the man and what might turn him and what fond memories he has?
Yes, I can do that. And I'll give you a trinket that will prove to him that I approve of you and what you're trying to do. Maybe that will be enough. But I fear that my presence, for him to look upon me, might be more than he could handle. Does that make sense?
It does. And I think even if we convince him, he'll only be an ally of convenience, but better an ally of convenience than having us pincered on both sides by enemies. I think the Ghost Lord will be a problem later on, but we can break that connection now.
Well,
We might buy this town a lot of time. Go ahead.
I hope so. I performed magic I prefer not to. I'm trying to plumb the thoughts of the two prisoners that you brought. Walkelnaw kept whatever this great threat is as obscure as possible, which is a very smart technique when you want people to remain frightened enough to listen to whatever you have to say and still remain motivated. Whatever has Walkelnaw so worried so frightened. Must truly be terrible for him to have sunk as low as he has. But I can't help but worry that what came first? His allegiance to the Witch Lord or his paranoia?
Yes, it is certainly a great concern that I kind of hoped he was the source of all the issues, and the fact that he is himself just one more player trying to prepare for some greater catastrophe is extremely unsettling.
He truly believes that he and his people have no place here. Anywhere. It was always there's always a sore spot for him. The elves of the Witchwood are so... they're so aloof, and they're so insular. It's hard to really understand them. I spent some time with their queen, trying to better understand them and trying to convince them that they themselves had a place in the wider world. But Celeria Starsinger is very set in her ways.
Maybe she just hasn't spoken to the right guy.
He raises an eyebrow at that and says, perhaps I'm not a very...
You're very talented,
I've
but
been compared to a cactus on many
yes,
occasions.
to be frank, you're
Boy, can't I
not
relate.
the best of talkers. Very talented, but not the best of speakers.
You and I are not all that different, Sir Tyrion.
He says, I will look for the positives of that statement. And... all right, what can I tell you, Vargulno, that I haven't already told you?
We need the trinket too.
Yes. He must be made to understand that he does not stand alone in all of this. I feel like that would be your best approach. He, by now, has had so many lies and secrets whispered to him by the Ghost Lord that I don't think a single conversation will dissuade him from his zealotry. But if he knows that there are others that are willing to stand with him against whatever this supposed evil is, that might get through to him.
It was my thoughts exactly.
We should have come to see you first.
All right. He reaches into his pajama pants, and you hear like rummaging sounds. You know, like when Mary Poppins reaches into her bag to like pull shit out. And he kind of like, you can see he's like feeling around for something. It's very awkward. And then finally, he produces a single golden leaf. And he says, if he questions whether or not I support your decisions, if he questions whether or not I know of his plight, show him this. He'll understand.
Guy will reach over, take it, and he'll take off his hat, flip it upside down, and he'll place it in a seam, because it is waterproof and it is protective. And,
right. You know that this leaf is made of brass and is still somehow alive.
Cool. Sir Tyrion,
Mm.
would you happen to know, if any, what weapon he prefers to wield?
Most assuredly his spells and the many beast forms he has mastered.
Not one for the sword, though.
No. He always favored the shillelagh. Said there was always a shillelagh laying around if you needed one.
They're resourceful.
Oh, but you know, this is just silly. For a little while, he had some clawed gauntlets. Yeah. He said that it let him feel like he was fighting like a beast without having to give himself fully over to the transformation. But they were silly and cumbersome things, and in the end, he really only ever used them when we were the superior odds, as it were. When it really mattered the most, that is when the spells and the beasts were called upon. But boy, did he love those gauntlets. Seem to recall he lost them. I don't remember where, though.
Does he favor turning into a beast more often than not?
To be truthful, I've known a few druids who would give anything to stay in beast form at all times, to feel that disconnect from their more intelligent and civilized selves, to experience life in a simpler way. I myself will occasionally polymorph to get such an experience, disconnect myself from all my worries and cares. But Warkelnaw, he was a bit dour in that regard. He liked being himself. He was certainly no moon druid. If that's what you're asking.
I just give him a nod.
So we've yet to see Warkelnaw. Could you use your illusion magic to give us an idea of what he looks like?
I haven't seen him. No, I suppose I did manage to catch a glimpse
You did
of
mention
him.
something about a scrying.
Yeah, scrying. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right.
Let's see. Let me actually post it in so you guys could see.
Oh,
There we go. This is him.
Barnabas, write some things down.
We thank you for your time. If there is anything else you need from us,
Oh, if the leaf is not enough, tell him that you know how he lost the eye, and that it wasn't to a dragon.
very well.
Orion will kind of get a little bit closer to Soterian. You had mentioned back at the meeting that sometimes you feel that people take advantage of you being here. But truly, thank you for what you've been doing for us.
I don't need your thanks. I have let my grief and my regrets cloud my judgment. There are many wizards who are run out of communities from fear or superstition, and these people have always been kind to me and always treated me as better than an equal. I was a fool, and your annoyance showed me that.
Yeah, we tend to call out gentle.
Well, I'm going to finish my rest. Hopefully it hasn't been so long I have to start the whole thing over again. And he turns on his heel, and he walks away, and he says, enjoy the drinks. They should last for another hour or so.
If you need a lullaby, if you have a lyre around,
You see his shoulders kind of rise up in disgust at such a terrible proposition. And he slinks away through the garden.
All right. Really, lies are really expensive. Let's just. Any of you guys find a liar in
Mina
the
says, "Why didn't he just teleport in? Like, why would you walk if you could just teleport everywhere?"
Oh fuck! I didn't realize Mia was with
Resting
us.
probably.
I'm not gonna die. I'm staying right next to this guy right here.
Probably
I'm-
recovering his magic.
Exactly.
I mean, Sasha's here too. She kind of raises her head. I'm here. I'm just being polite.
Mm.
Well, yeah, you're part of a team, so we bring you everywhere. Mina,
Yeah.
you joining us now?
Well, I'm until things get sorted out. This guy told me to just hang out with you guys.
I guess we look at Guy.
I mean, I said to stay. I mean, that there's a free room. If you want to come along for now, you have good connections and you have a femur. So. Oh. I think I'm stuck between an ass and a hard place right now, and I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah,
Did you
Mina
say-
says, "Get out of here, donkey!" And the donkey he haws at her, but Thanlin, you only hear a noble whinny.
What does he actually say?
Oh yeah. Orion, Orion, you hear, "He's so handsome. I want to be next to him all the time too. He can keep me safe."
Ah, good old donkey. See, Guy, he's protecting you from me now.
Is that what he's doing? It looks like he's giving me the eyes.
Nah, he's fine. Look at him. He's protecting you. Isn't that right, boy?
I don't want to look at him.
Yeah, he looks over at you and he makes a loud bang hee-haw that you somehow construe as a noble whinny. And Orion, you hear, "I'm gonna marry this man."
This Mina, she's just new. She ain't gonna last long.
All right.
Fucking token swap.
You look so terrified because we can only see your one eye poking out through Donkey's frame. It's just, yeah.
Oh, it's hard to be the bard.
All right. So, we're pretty close to time, or at time. What is the plan for next week? You're going to ultimately head to this meeting with Warklenaw up in the hills, up in the mountains, southwest of town. Did you have intentions of figuring out this Eormel Jendar situation, or is that a lower priority item?
Quick question. Can someone remind me what this Eormel situation is?
It
don't think I was fully
seems he
informed.
has a lot of.
It's pretty sus.
Yeah, he's sus, but he seems to have a lot of hands on some of the businesses around Drellin's Ferry.
Eormel has a lot of fingies and a lot of pies.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. That's what I
Yeah,
need to know.
Like,
And his only actual business rival to keep him from having a full monopoly over trade in the city is Jendar.
I'd like to hear that guy's end of it. Halflings gotta stick together.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're able to accomplish that within the next day before we have to leave out, then that'd be nice. At least maybe gather
Oh, it's such a
information.
Yeah, I don't know if we should get tied up in this. We've got to really stay focused on the key thing right now, I think.
Yeah, maybe just information
Also-
gathering for the next
Yeah.
couple hours before we have to leave.
And then you're just gonna do some traveling down there. Is the intention to do a sweep along the way to try to discover the Hydra? Or are you concerned about being fresh and strong for your meeting?
I think we're concerned about being fresh and strong for the
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah,
Our-
Yeah.
definitely.
If it
The
all
Hydra
goes well, we
maybe might
even-
happen shortly thereafter the meeting.
Yeah, potentially.
If
we
it
can
goes
go
well,
out.
but
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll send a Google Calendar invite to the Hydra. See how the Hydra feels.
Arvithel
then
said
kinda
that
go from
she
there.
had a contact that was monitoring the Hydra.
She
So
does.
I guess we
Yep.
probably just need to link up with her and see if she's heard anything in the most couple of time.
Yes, info
Yeah.
updates.
Yep. His name is Jor Natherson. He is a
And he is
local
hounds.
local guide. Some call him Ranger.
There was something about hounds, whether I'm not sure if he has dogs or if he has
Yes.
a group called the Hounds.
Nope, he has actual dogs.
Okay.
I was gonna say, is he a original 5e ranger or?
He is a third age ranger. He is completely fueled by hate.
Oh, okay.
Yep. This is a third age campaign, so he is a third age ranger. He is completely fueled by hatred. All of his abilities are hate based.
I've met one of these rangers before. She was great.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. All right. I'll take you guys back to the map for the region. Elsir Vale.
I was gonna say,
Oh. So we go.
if we have a 3-prong, like we got 3 days, we could handle Yormel the first day, second day Hydra, third day Warkelna, if we want to, like, you know. But you know.
So you ever had that Skyrim playthrough where you're like, this is the one, this is where I'm actually going to beat the story mode, and you promise yourself, I'm not going to listen to any quest givers because I don't want to be distracted from my mission. Sometimes I feel that in D&D. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you guys are like, if you guys are quote unquote inefficient with your time and you're just like, fuck it, we're going to take a leisurely stroll over there, we're going to investigate the site, we're going to be fresh as a daisy for the the interaction, I won't be bad at you. You know what I'm saying? But if you feel that you do need to kind of maximize your time and you want to hit up as many quest hubs as you can before you leave town, I'm also okay with that too. I understand both attitudes of wanting to get all the content, but then also not start new things that you then feel like you're being pulled in too many different directions. So completely
Yeah.
understand. Yep.
I mean, I would love to go fight the Hydra, but I'm just not sure we would have time to get back and be
think we should-
fresh.
Yeah, same here, really.
You don't think so? You don't think we can make it to the keep and then come back in one day?
Well,
Or are you going to the keep, or are you going to go to the ruins that are down down
it's the
here?
Hydra's
Well,
at the-
what I was saying is that we have 3 days until we're meeting Warkelna, no matter what.
Yeah.
And we can either just stay in Drellin's Ferry for 3 days, or we can
And
do.
I know a
things on-
certain craftsman who would probably appreciate
Exactly.
some
I
crafting
can-
time. Yeah.
I can do it on the go.
Oh, that's
3
true.
days. So we have 3 more days.
It
Yes.
takes us 1 day to get to the ruins, though, so we only
That's
lose
what I
one
mean.
to travel.
I'm on
If
Team
we-
Kill Hydra.
It might
personally,
be worth. It might be worth doing the Hydra then.
I would
I-
say, yeah.
Yeah.
If we want
I'm-
to do Yormel on the first day, I don't know if it is a whole day to get to the keep and then come back. That's a different story, right?
Yeah. Do we have to come back to long rest? There's like no room like if we clear the keep, could we set it up to long rest there and then go straight to the ruins from there?
I don't see why not. We're not using darker dungeon rules, so you don't have to have a sanctuary to long rest.
Set up a camp.
Though having played the campaign with sanctuary requirements, I would say it's pretty dope. It does kind of it does definitely make things a lot more stress when you're traveling around.
That would be
Then-
my opinion.
It also, though, in a time-based campaign, just means that sometimes you just get mathematically fucked on like a storyline because you can't make it back to rest.
It's true. Yeah.
With sanctuary rules, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
But
it's a
since
give
we're
and
not
take.
doing that, we can sleep at the keep after we kill. the
Exactly.
Hydra.
Also, you have like 3 nature experts, so
Yeah.
I feel like they bring a sanctuary everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
Then
are
I
the
think
next
I think we will journey up to the Hydra then.
Awesome.
Okay. All right.
the next time I get an adventuring knack, I'm actually going to be able to like make like a
That way.
non-magical Liamon's tiny hut for 8 hours.
Oh,
We
dope.
won't have that
That'd be
thread
great.
on our back later
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. And I would say also, if we are going to fight the Hydra, this might be a good spot to use the troll blood. I know that, obviously we don't know exactly what it is, but if it's like always poisoning us or doing damage because we're around it and shit like that, this might be a
Yeah.
good spot to use
Well,
it.
we have a lot of
Yeah.
antitoxins still, so we can each pump those
Yep.
before we go into the fight for sure.
I think
so-
we have 5 Trolls Bloods. I'm carrying 3.
Yeah, I've got
Maybe.
several. So
In the time that we are in town, I'm going to be pointing my ring around at things and getting like my patron's vibe on what she'd like me to burn because she requested a sacrifice.
Oh yes,
God.
yes.
Whatever.
So in anticipation of the big festival that's coming up in less than a week, there's all sorts of like beautiful decorations being made and things like that. She has her eye on the town's wicker man, essentially.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Effigy burning.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Also, there's a furniture making contest. If you could somehow get away, it's a tricky situation. She doesn't want you to burn the good furniture, but any furniture that's like bad, it would be really nice to burn it because as a spirit of forging and crafting, but also of fire, it's sort of a conflict whenever there's wooden goods involved because she wants to burn it all, but if it's really well made, she would feel terrible burning it.
Right.
Yeah.
Respects the art. Cool.
All right. Cool. Then we will continue this when we continue this, because we're going to discuss that, I guess, to figure out everybody's schedule and availability. But it seems like everybody's good to play next week. But we're gonna, yeah. Yeah. So we're a little touch to go on the 16th still. We are scheduled officially months in advance not to play on the 23rd. So I'm gonna respect that. We're not gonna play on the 23rd. And then starting on the 30th, we will switch to a weekly game. So there might be a 2-week break, depending on what everybody decides. I'm totally willing to run a game down even 2 people if the other 3 people want to play, because that's still the majority of the group. Is independent. Oh, you're right. Yeah. So that's something to consider. We record our games, so like, if we have to on the 16th, we could find somebody else to stream. I could even like hire a guest streamer or something to just kind of come in for the session and just kind of like stream a player view. I know there's a mod that I could install that streams a player view, but like I ain't gonna try and lie that I've got a computer strong enough to run all the things that I'm already running, and then also a second instance of Foundry. So yeah, I've heard some people have had success with it. I've heard other people have crashed everything because they pushed their computers too far trying to stream a player view while running a DM view. So I do have other computers though. We'll see. That's tempting, actually. That's tempting. Okay, we'll figure something out. We got till the 16th. All right. Announcements. We're playing a shit ton. Not a shit ton. We're playing Magic on the server. I'd like there to be a shit ton of Magic, but we've been playing Magic on the server on Tabletop Simulator. It's super duper fun. The only cost is Tabletop Simulator. It doesn't even require like a recurring service. You buy it once and it's done. It's on sale for like $10 right now. Summer Steam sale. I think it's still on sale. So if you're interested in learning or playing some Magic, it is super duper fun. And I would like to this summer maybe get a community management team together, because we have so many people on the server now and not everybody is playing actively in D&D games. So it might be kind of fun to have scheduled events, not necessarily events that I myself could be at, but just events in general that people as a community might want to attend and enjoy, and maybe having some Magic nights, some board game nights, things like that might be pretty fun. There are games currently being posted on the server that are still looking for players, so keep that in mind. It is no longer a secret that the next game that I'm going to run after Wild Beyond the Witchlight is over is Curse of Strahd. So I will be finally, after 54 years, however long it's been, I will be running Curse of Strahd. So I know I probably should have run it a long time ago, but I always wanted to be a player in it, and I finally got to be a player and the game fell apart. So I kind of took that as a sign that it should just fucking run it. So that's what I'm gonna do. More information about that will be posted closer and closer to the date. I'm not 100% sure where Witchlight is at as far as when it's going to end, so I don't know when to start kind of posting up openings for it and whatnot. But I can tell you, it's going to be the worst experience. It's going to be a terrible game. It's going to be really, really hard and unfair, and there's not going to be any magic. Just I don't know. yeah, I don't think anybody's going to want to play. I think they're all going to have a terrible time. It's going to be very scary. A lot of graphic horror, a lot of horror descriptions. You know, hard questions like, would you kill your baby or kill
That's the easy
everybody?
stuff.
Yeah, that's going to be normal stuff. And I'm listening to basically the Curse of Strahd audiobook, which is just fantastic that somebody basically just read the entire book and I can listen to it because I'm a terrible reader. So it's been really nice. There's a lot of support for Curse of Strahd. It's basically like a college course you could take on Curse of Strahd at this point. It is stupid the amount of resources that are available for Curse of Strahd. After having to be like one of the guys making the resources for Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, it is so nice to like roll into a campaign and it's all done already. Like there's like so much stuff already. It's so good. I'm very excited. And let's see. Oh, the last game of Prime is this Monday, and Odyssey Prime, and
My goodness.
yeah, that's it's been a long journey.
Wow.
It'll be 119 sessions, and then that'll be the end. So we didn't even hit 120. So I don't know if that's good or bad. It's probably good. We will end the campaign there, and then there will be a post-game campaign that will start up in September. Which will be exploring what it means to be incredibly powerful and high level in a pseudo Greek mythology setting. So we'll see how that kind of plays out in September. But it has been a heavy experience. So if you want to hang out and watch it live on Monday, it's 8 to 12. It's going to be the final game. Otherwise, that goes up on Wednesdays on YouTube. And Patreon stuff. Maps have been made and are being put up for patrons. Videos are made and being put up, and feedback is always welcome. Yeah, so I don't know. If anybody is curious, like what goes on behind the scenes, what sort of like last minute decisions are made to like change and adjust things and try to kind of keep the plates spinning as long as possible until the right time for them to crash or be caught. Like that's what's going on with the Patreon stuff. Anyone else have any announcements? Anybody have any games they're posted that they're looking to fill? Any upcoming projects?
Yeah, I mentioned it in last week. I have a Monster Hunter game coming up. The date is to be declared based on the needs of the group, and it's just a short 3-parter. And yeah, still looking to fill 2 more seats.
Anyone else? Ark, did you have a game you were posting up, or did it fill up?
Yeah, it's to be determined. It's already started. So
okay.
It's all good.
All right, cool. Okay, then I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you live in America, I wish your pets a safe and survivable 4th of July experience. So, all right, and I guess I'll see you guys around the Discord.
Thanks for running.
All right, take care.
Yep.
Thanks for running.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for
Bye.
playing, guys.
Hell yeah. See you guys next
Have a
week.
good weekend.
Same.